So I might have to take a break in between this live cast, this live stream rather, uh, to grab some water. If so, it'll be very brief. But sorry I didn't do a live stream yesterday. I had a jury summons, so I wanted to get up really early in the morning so I could work out before I went. Um, Ended up going and got dismissed anyway, so waste of my time, but whatever. Uh, I actually wanted to do it just to, see how it goes, at least for a day. I wouldn't want to be on one that lasted like all week or maybe 2 weeks. But, just to do it for a day, it would have been fun. But yeah, so we have a topic today since we didn't do anything yesterday. So the topic is identity politics seems to be ruining everything, quality of life. And I'm going to explain this like a million times during the stream once people come on, but eh, it's this is so overblown nowadays. Like, I went to a library earlier, a public library, and there was a big sign at the information desk saying to not use the following words. Like, you're not supposed to say ladies, you're not supposed to say gentlemen, you're not supposed to say ma'am, you're not supposed to say sir, um, and some other words. Basically, like all the ways you would show respect to someone, you're not supposed to use those words because I guess they're gender specific. And I'm like, okay, this is just ridiculous. I said, no wonder kids don't have respect for adults anymore. They're not even allowed to use respectful terms towards them. Like, you can't say ladies or gentlemen or ma'am or sir. Like, really? Um, and I'm pretty sure there was like I can't remember all of them, but I think it was also like pronouns like he, she, him, her. So you're just supposed to not refer to anyone at all, I guess, in a public library space, unless they tell you what to refer to them as. That's nuts. That's just freaking nuts. Like, we're supposed to respect everyone's gender identity disorders. Like, people having sort of different gender dysphorias, like, we're supposed to pretend that's normal now. If you have breasts, you are a woman. Like, you have a ball sack, you're a guy. Like, that's just crazy. Batman says stupid things should not be respected. True. But like I said, we're in a public space, so, whatever. When in Rome, I guess you do as the Romans do, even if the current person running Rome is Caligula. So, but, or I should say Nero's, if we're talking about the fall of Rome. But in any case, yeah, it's just crazy. Or look at the current Star Wars series. It's done so poorly now that it's actually ranked lower on Rotten Tomatoes than the worst Star Wars product to ever be made, which was the holiday special in 1978. People really dislike that holiday special. George Lucas himself hates the holiday special, and he made it. He literally made it. And it brought back all the cast of Star Wars to be on a holiday special. But it was just so bad that people just pretend it doesn't happen. I mean, it didn't happen. And even on Disney Plus, I don't think you can find the full holiday special. You can just find the animated part that introduced Boba Fett, but the whole holiday special itself isn't even on Disney Plus, so you can't even find it there. That used to be the lowest ranked Star Wars content, but now the Acolyte is lower than that. And the only thing, like, it's doing worse than Ahsoka, and people pretty much disliked Ahsoka. I was hyped for Ahsoka when it first came out, and then when the show, about 2 episodes in, I'm like, what is going on this show? It was horrible. But the Acolyte is doing worse than that, and it deserves it if you know what's going on in that show. Um, well, Michael Myers, you can get off my channel. Yeah. So anyway, regardless, I don't care what he's saying. You're you're like 50 years old or whatever. See, these are the trolls I'm talking about. Like they're young and they have no respect because they're taught not to. Like you're not supposed to say sir or ma'am to people anymore which is something you would say out of respect. In other cultures, they still say uncle and auntie to other elders. Like when I'm in the Philippines, they either call me kuya, like kuya is like big brother. It's like a form of respect because it's not just to family members; it's to like um, men older than you. Like you refer to them as kuya, and often within the family they'll say kuya, or they might call you tito, which is like uncle. And when I was around my Indian friends and Asian friends, they say uncle and auntie to their elders as well. Black people, we don't have that. White people, we don't have that, and that's because Western society has told us not to respect elders, and now we can't even refer to them as sir or ma'am because that would be against the LGHD TV people. Regardless of my age, it's dumb. Like I don't know what the guy is even talking about. This is why I don't like stupid Generation Z suckers on my channel. But I mean, I welcome everyone, but you're gonna be respectful to me on my channel, or you can just bounce. Batman says we have a commentator that likes stabbing movies too. That guy's just a troll though, Batman. But um, he's somehow someone being 50 years old. He has the name of a character that's from the 70s. But knowing that troll, he probably hasn't watched the old ones. He probably watched the new shit that came out within the last 6 years. Yeah, this nightmare. That's not the topic. The topic is why is identity politics ruining quality of life? I'm not entertaining any questions outside of that unless you drop in a cash app. I've said that, and I'm gonna keep saying it every live stream. If you want to talk about something that's not the topic of the day, drop the cash app. Otherwise, I'm gonna ignore you. And the lo-fi music is returning, guys. I know a lot of you enjoyed the lo-fi music I used to play, so I'm gonna put that back on. Marlena, thank you. Um, Marlena says, holy wow, you need to be more popular. This is awesome, man. I mean, there's just so much competition in on these platforms for people's eyeballs to catch attention. So, I understand that. And I'm not even monetized. I just do this as a hobby. I'm close to being monetized, but it's still got some more watchable hours to go before they give me the green light on that. Of course, if you guys watch more of my content, I'll get there much quicker. Oh, I didn't say you disagree with me, Nightmare. I'm just saying, and I'm not even trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, usually everyone has like different questions, and it would just take me too far astray from the actual topic if I entertain everyone's questions outside of the given topic for the day. Mind you, if you haven't been on my on my live stream before, you won't know. But every week I actually do a live stream where I say just ask me random questions. I do that like every week, and last week I did it twice. But on those days, you feel free to ask me anything. But if it's a topic of the day, then I want to stick to that unless someone's dropping a Cash App or a Venmo or buying me a coffee, something like that. So, but yeah, like once a week, I'll do that, and I generally stream around the same time every day, somewhere between the late afternoon and evening. But yeah, it just seems ridiculous, guys. Like, there's so many things now. Like, the left, the political left, whether you're on the left or the right, it doesn't matter. Clearly, they're winning in the culture war that people have to be just completely uncomfortable just saying things like, and I'm not even a boomer. Like, boomers are way out of their element now when it comes to stuff like this. Like, my father, like, I don't think he could. I don't know how he can function. Well, this is probably why he stays most of the time in Virginia and way out in a very rural part of Virginia where we have family land. He prefers to stay out there most of the year because I don't think he can function in Montgomery County, which is in Maryland. That's a part of the DC suburbs. I don't think he can function out there all year long with, you know, being forced to actually think before he talks because that's not something he does very well. And like, he's one of those boomers that complains that no one wants to work anymore. He's one of those people that says stupid stuff like that, or he says that everyone wants to be an influencer. And he wasn't even talking about me because I wasn't even doing this back then when he said that. So don't think he's saying that about me because, one, I'm not a millennial, even though he thought I was, but whatever. And two, uh, like I said, he was complaining about everyone wants to be an influencer before I even started this platform. But I was like, well, what do you expect? I was like, so you think most people want to work at minimum wage food service jobs? Mind you, during the pandemic when they were being wildly mistreated, you think people want to do those jobs, and they were getting, and a lot of them get paid so little that they can't even afford. They wouldn't be able to afford the very meals that they serve for people in those places. I mean, McDonald's got so bad. You had Big Mac meals that were like $25 in certain places. That's why McDonald's switched to has this new little $5 meal that they started this month because they were catching a lot of flack for raising their prices, and the prices they weren't raising the prices to match them with cost of living. They were doing it just because they could get away with it. There's no way a Big Mac meal should be like 25 bucks. The whole reason people would go to McDonald's is to get something cheap because otherwise I'm gonna spend my $25 at Five Guys or Shake Shack or Bobby Flay's Burgers, someplace like that. Marlene says, keep it up, man. I will be sure to watch the rest of this video later because I can't right now, but I really truly think that more people on the internet need to be smart and honest like this. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, and yeah, if you gotta go, absolutely go ahead. After every live stream, I upload the video so people can watch it in its entirety. And if they want to leave comments, I'll always check the comment section after I upload these videos. So yeah, if you gotta go, go ahead. Please catch the rest later when you get a chance, and I appreciate it. And Marlena says, I hope this video goes crazy. I want people to be able to see this. It's great. Thank you. Take care, and like I said, check out the video when you get a chance when you come back. So yeah, guys, have you guys had any problems relating with people? So I spoke. Some of you may remember who've been in my live streams in the past that I spoke about this when I went to the campus of my alma mater a few months ago, back in April, for Maryland Day, and my friend and I were like, it was like three of us together, and some of us, we had to use the bathroom. The closest one was one of those new ones, the non-binary bathrooms, and it was a nice bathroom. Don't get me wrong, but so like, just like you have the private stalls, the sit-down toilets that are separated. Even the Johns were separated in private stalls in the non-binary bathroom. Plus, they had tampons at the sink. So I asked my wife. I said, I said, baby, I said, in female bathrooms, do they have tampons at the sink? She was like, no. I was like, oh, okay. So that's just at my school then. She was like, yeah. But it makes sense because my alma mater is University of Maryland, College Park. They have been rated like one of the most LGBTQ friendly campuses in the country. So that kind of makes sense looking at it now. Like I said, they had the non-binary bathrooms with private stalls. And it's funny, I was like, oh, so they put the Johns in private stalls so that people can't say see that this is actually biologically a man, right? And they keep keep tampons at the sink. I guess for the people who want to deny they're a woman, they can just you know get one of those and handle their business. Notice I said there, handle their business, pun intended, um, without people realizing that their biological sex is fixed and immutable. But whatever. But just wondering if you other guys are having an issue, like any issues with that. Like I said, luckily, I mean, when I was talking with the librarian, I never addressed her with any sort of honorific because I think it was a biological female, but even though my instincts are usually to say, yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, because I'm from the military and also I was raised to be polite. I guess being polite can actually offend people nowadays, and I'm like, we've gotten to the point now that saying terms of saying terms of like respect and politeness will get you in trouble. Because I guess if you say sir or ma'am, they'll say don't infer my gender or something crazy like that. And it's like I don't even care about gender. I just care about sex. Gender is a cultural thing. Like whatever. And you really don't get away from biological sex by referring to gender anyway, because gender is usually just a cultural expression of people's biological sex, which means it's usually, although not always, but it's usually just two genders to reflect the two biological sexes. So I didn't know that was controversial to be polite to people. I'm wondering how that's going to work in the military. What's up, J.A.C? Good evening. So yeah, I wonder how that's going to work in the military, guys. Like, are they changing how you address people who are commissioned now? Like, are you not to say yes sir, no sir? Are you supposed to say yes they, he they? I mean yes they, no they. Like, what are you supposed? How are you supposed to address them? Because there's a very high-ranking army official who has the purple hair and this is non-binary. I don't know how you would address that officer. I mean, I'm serious. I'm not even joking. Like, do you have to say yes they? Like, what? How do you? How would you address this person? C.J. Johnson says identity politics for sure is ruining society. That being said, what are your pronouns? My pronouns are the Dark Knight or Ninja. Those are my pronouns. Poppy 645 says Chocolate Man. Well, I don't like another guy referring to me as Chocolate Man. That's something that I prefer only women and my wife to specifically call me. Oh, I had a new pronoun, CJ Johnson. So it was Ninja. Um, was it Ninja, Dark Knight, or Pew Pew? Yeah, that's the Pew Pew. Yeah, call me Mr. Pew Pew, Mr. Ninja, or Mr. Dark Knight. All right, this guy's a troll, guys. CJ Johnson says, "What did the woke gold prospector say when he found gold? All nuts? I don't know. What did he say? There's gold in Dar Hills. Makes sense. Yeah, man. And the funny thing, the funny thing is in the cultures where there are traditional like third genders or non-binary genders, they don't even harp on this stuff like that. Like in the Native American community, there's all there's been talk of people called two spirit, which is included in the LGBTQ community. One second, guys. Yes. Not right now. You said, do I want what? Not right now. Okay. All right, sorry about that. So, yeah, what was that? Oh, yeah, so two spirit, like, Native Americans, they don't trip on him, her, they, them. As far as I know, they don't trip on that. In Thailand, and in Philippines, they have lady boys, stuff like that. They don't trip on that. Most of the lady boys will tell you their sex or gender. They're like, they may, like the lady boys may act as women, but they'll usually tell you they are boys or men or whatever. They don't trip on the whole don't refer to me as this and that. That is strictly a Western concept when it comes to all this gender fluidity BS and non-binary. Like I said, there's other cultures that have embraced this stuff much longer than we have, and they are not tripping over pronouns and honorifics and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, so like in Thailand, right? So if you want to say you're like a non-binary or third gender person in Muay Thai, fine, they let you compete, but you compete with your biological sex. So say you're a guy who is a lady boy or identifies as a woman, that's cool, but you still have to fight other males in Muay Thai. Vice versa with the women. Like say the woman, I mean, well, the female identifies as a man. That's cool, but she's gonna compete with other women in Muay Thai. Makes sense, doesn't it? It's not that complicated. We overcomplicate things here, and I really don't know why. Other than, and here's the creeping suspicion with that is, and my friend was the first one to bring this up too. I think he was either he or I, but we both agreed that the biggest reason you have all this LGBTQ stuff is that it allows, it allows liberal white men to pretend that they're minorities. That's all. Like it just allows liberal white men to pretend they're minorities. Dave Chappelle even brought that up too. GJC says, I can't tell what's going on in our downtown. I can't tell the difference between a parade and a protest or what the cause is. Every day it's something. You got some people, like I said, when I was in college, I used to just call them professional protesters because it was literally like something every week or every month to protest. And it's like, don't you guys got better stuff to do? But it's always a protest about something. And this being July the 1st, we are officially out of Pride Month. Um, and I had a joke about that earlier, and I completely forgot. But I definitely had a joke that we are out of Pride Month. But I did mention a few days ago that it's not a coincidence that Pride Month and Men's Mental Health Awareness Month are on the same month. The thought behind that, guys, was that they wanted Men's Mental Health Awareness Month to be within the same month as Pride Month because apparently a lot of the people in the LGBTQ community also have underlying mental health issues. It's like, yeah, no, duh. You guys can't even figure out your genders and stuff. So yeah, kind of makes sense. So that's why it's not a coincidence about that. Um, I forgot what's coming up in this month, but aside from Independence Day, of course, but this month is known for something too, and I can't remember it. But I remember I had some sort of joke for you guys earlier today, and I completely forgot. Um, yeah, I can't remember. I'm sorry. If it comes back to me, I'll let you know. GJC is Canada Day today. I thought that was the other day. You said it was Canada Day. Um, back like Friday or Saturday, because I didn't stream yesterday which was Sunday. So I thought it was either Friday or Saturday. You said something about Canada Day being then, but I don't think anyone here in America really celebrates Canada Day unless they're Canadian, like Drake. Bad example, but yeah, Drake or someone who lives on the border, like say like someone who lives on the Michigan border with Canada or the New York border with Ontario, something like that, or Washington State and was it Vancouver? So oh, the whole weekend, but it's actually today. Gotcha. Is that like an Independence Day or something? And I know Canada's dealing with the whole identity politics too. It's like pretty much everywhere in the Western world. It's like the U.S., Canada, UK, Australia is going through it. Um, I think I don't know about New Zealand, but I assume they're like pretty much like Australia, more or less. But I've heard that Australia is more annoying than here in the U.S., which I can believe. But I'm not sure about continental Europe. I think it's less. I think identity politics is less pronounced in continental Europe than in the Anglophone countries because I'm seeing right wing leaders getting elected in places like France. So I'm assuming that a lot of people are starting to have a backlash towards the left's forcing of their identity politics on everyone. And like I said, I used to be a progressive. Is is their is how they force identity politics on people that has pushed me out of being a progressive, even though I might still agree with a lot of the stuff that they have views on. But I wouldn't, like I said, after last year, I stopped calling myself a progressive because it's all about identity politics and victimhood. And I'm not just because I'm black, I'm not going to play the whole victimhood card. I'm I just refuse not to do that. So that's why we've been joke. There's a joke within the black community now that straight black men are the new white men of the black community. So we earned our card. What's up, guys? Like any other brothers here, straight black men, like we're honorary white men now. So I've been in the club actually for a while. So if you guys are just joining the membership, make sure you pick up your membership IDs and and uh, and you sign in so that you can take part in our weekly Zoom meetings where we talk about um, oppressing other people. But I'm kidding, sort of. But yeah, J.A.C says celebrates the anniversary of Canadian Confederation, which occurred on July 1st, 1867. Okay, and you guys have a bit of history with us because we had two wars of independence. Of course, there was the first one that started, I guess, around 1775 because our army. You guys don't remember when we were talking about the Army Day on the previous live stream. The U.S. Army is actually older than the country because it um, it started in 1775 as a reaction to being in an open war with the British Empire. So when um, the second congressional um, Congress met, one of the first things they did was enact a U.S. Army and military. So the army was started within that at that time as a response to to the aggression of the British forces at the time. So we actually started in 1775 before the you know we became a nation, which makes sense because you need a military for a nation, right? So the army is 249 years old. Next year will be 250. And we're actually older than the country itself because we had to be there to have a country. But here's the thing: we had a second Revolutionary War. Most Americans know this, or they should. Back in 1812, and at that time, I think Britain wanted to not only retake America, but they wanted to group it along with Canada as well, J.A.C. So we have like that history with you guys there with in the War of 1812. So, but yeah, you can look that up. The War of 1812 isn't as famous, as the first Revolutionary War, but there's a lot of American history that comes out of it, actually, like our national anthem and all that sort of stuff comes out of the War of 1812, I believe. But anyway, getting back to the specific topic at hand, I'm just wondering if you guys have been affected by like identity politics in your lives or personal careers and stuff like that. I'm glad that the new place I'm starting to work for, I'm still doing lead generation, guys, and direct marketing, except now I won't be working for this time I won't be working for a third party um, marketing firm. Instead, I'll be working directly for a lender. Like usually working as a in a third party marketing firm, we have we worked with a variety of different lenders, but it didn't make much like that. Here in this what I'm doing now, I don't want to talk about it too much because I'm just starting it, so it wouldn't be smart to put too much info about that online. Later down the line, I wouldn't mind sharing it, especially if people are interested in getting into that. But now what I'm doing is I'm working for a direct lender now, and it gives me way more options and way more money. Like I'll be like the sales person this time, the salesman. I'm sorry, because we're talking about identity politics, right? I'll be the salesman, and I can actually recruit, loan officers and realtors and stuff like that. So for people, because I always have people curious about what I actually do in the real world aside from this stuff. So that's just a look into it. Yeah, I would get paid commission, CJ. But just like with the loan officers and stuff like that. So I get paid when they actually close. So someone like refinances their home, if they buy a home, if they're selling a home, um, um, solar roofing, all that sort of stuff. Like instead of me getting paid just to push leads, which isn't much money because usually you're just making like a hourly plus some little dinky commission. This will be just pure commission, but I'm getting a part of the closing costs. So cold calls. Yes and no. Like so it'll be cold calling, but it'll be from not all of it will be cold calling because some of them will be a list of their previous from a list of their previous clients. So like if we've already sold them a home or refi them, then we can call them up on other like other things like some people want to sell their home, some people want to get solar, anything to deal with houses. Like these lenders do, like these loan officers, um, realtors, lenders, the whole shebang. So, and I'm used to doing cold calling, so it's not hard for me. Like I've been doing it for like 7 years, mm, no longer than that. So if I go back to the beginning, since like 2015 actually. So that's shoot. Oh well, that's I guess it's more like almost 9 years now. So it's not a big deal to me. I was terrified when I first did it, and when I first started, I wasn't even cold calling. At first, I was working. I called on behalf of auto dealerships. Like they would give us a list of their customers, and instead of cold calling or stuff like that, we were just calling them, seeing if their old customers would like to come back to these dealerships to upgrade vehicles and receive receive vehicle maintenance. But it was never like I wasn't one of those people trying to get you to get a warranty. Like, nah, because that was the they always say, yeah, I'm not interested in getting some car warranty. And I was like, yeah, I was like, no, I said, don't worry, I'm not calling about that. As soon as I let them know I wasn't calling about a warranty, they were instantly more friendly, knowing that I wasn't one of those people badgering them about that. We also did like debt assistance as well, um, student loan forgiveness, all those sorts of things. All the things that fall within like the financial services sector, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and even within the financial service sector, lead lead generation, well, we call it lead gen. Lead gen is a billion-dollar industry. Like they have their own convention every year called LeadCon. Usually, I believe out in Vegas, because that's one of the other things my father hated. He's like, "That's just some BS bullshit. No one's gonna take those calls and such and such." I was like, okay, boomer, like that's you. Like you don't like taking those calls, but then you'll just take the calls just to complain with the people instead of just not picking up the phone like a normal person. So, but my father's a built-in asshole anyway, so that's a completely different subject. I might have to do an entire stream on why this guy's an asshole, minus a few things that could touch on legal issues that I want to get into. But aside from that, yeah, he clearly didn't like what I was doing in lead generation. And would try to get me to work for Amazon. And I'm not talking about like Amazon as like starting out in like corporate as like a entry level management something. No, he wanted me to do the warehouse in Baltimore. And I'm like, I'm not working at some little assembly line warehouse in Baltimore just because it's called Amazon. I was like, just because it's called Amazon doesn't make it any better. I said, matter of fact, there's better warehouses in Baltimore than Amazon, like McCormick. If you guys don't know the McCormick company, they're the ones that make like Old Bay seasoning and stuff like that. I wouldn't work for them either, but at least they would be a better quality job than Amazon. Where Amazon, you gotta worry about peeing in a bottle just to make sure you don't lose time. Nah, I'm not doing that. I was like, I'll stick exactly with what I'm doing in lead gen. But anyway, guys, that's just a little bit of FYI to what I do in real life because people have always asked me, and my original point about what I do for work is that we never have to worry about. I never had to worry about when I applied there, like giving them my pronouns and all the stupid stuff. But I'm wondering if things have changed in the last few years, like because I haven't cold called people in the last two. I haven't cold called people in like the last 2.5 years or so. So I'm wondering if it's going to be different addressing people on the phone now in the height of this politically heated thing with identity politics. Like, because if I tend to hear a feminine voice over the phone, I'm more likely going to say ma'am out of just, you know, reaction to that, or sir. But even when I first started back in 2015, they were saying don't do all this ma'am and sir stuff. But that wasn't because of the whole gender issue. That was because they wanted you to have a more like personal interaction with people on the phone. Like they wanted it to be like a friendly conversation. But if you're always saying yes sir, yes ma'am to people on the phone, it's like the power structure is off where it's not, you can't have like a one-on-one conversation because the, the the best interactions are where it's like you're talking to a buddy more or less. So I was kind of used to not using those honorifics too much. So I don't think on that front it's going to change that much. I don't think anyway. I could be wrong. By the way, can you guys hear the lo-fi music in the background? I know I only see one person active right now. I was just wondering if you guys could hear that. The it's like some Japanese flute music. It's meditation on the mountain, relaxing Japanese flute music. Try not to play it too high because I had got a few copyright claims on the music before that I've played within the last few weeks. They weren't copyright strikes, but it was just letting me know that the music is copyrighted, which I was actually surprised because it's AI generated. But even with AI generated music, it can still have artist copyright. So something I learned. And like I said, it's weird because like I said, it's AI generated music because the music, the length of the entire video for the music score is 11 hours and 43 minutes. So they artificially stretched that music out to last almost 12 hours, which is a definite thing for like a study session, but geez. Um, but yeah, but do you guys have any questions or comments? Like I said, we're talking strictly about identity politics and our personal lives and careers. If not, I'll end the stream early. That's not a problem. But just curious if you guys were having any sort of problems with that or just find it annoying in your day to day. Like, because, this is something we didn't really deal with in the 90s and or as kids in the 80s. And maybe some of you older folks in the 70s. But it's like, I, I guess because I haven't been to the library in the last year, I don't remember seeing signs like that. At least, well, this was a different library branch I've been to. The last one I went to was over a year ago, closer to home in Baltimore County. But this one I went to today was in Towson, which is also in Baltimore County, but all the way on the other side of town from where I live, on the other side of the county. Towson is on the east part of Baltimore, where I live is on the west side. But I was there anyway because, again, if you didn't catch what I was saying in the beginning of the stream, I had a jury summons, so that's why I was already out that way. And of course, unfortunately, it got dismissed because I was kind of curious to do my civic duty and just see what that was about, at least for a day. I didn't want it to last longer than that, hopefully, but it was interest. It was dismissed, so that sucked because I wanted to at least get my $30 from it. I could use that to buy some new sneakers. I burn out my sneakers every 2 months. Every 2 months. Probably, technically, they don't even last 2 months, but I usually will do it for like at least 2 months to get my money out of it. So I don't usually buy like really expensive running shoes because it just doesn't make sense as I'm going to burn them out. Now, when I do a marathon, if I do the Marine Marathon this year, I would probably buy some nice shoes because I know I'm gonna dog them out. So yeah, if I do the Marine Marathon, which would be in, I believe Arlington, Virginia this year, I'm gonna do that because the Marine Marathon is good for beginners. So guys, you don't really have to be in really good top shape to do it. If you can walk consistently, keep a good pace. Like I believe if you could do a power walk, you'll be on point. What's up, Eric? I haven't seen you in a while. So in case you didn't see the topic, Eric, it was um, identity politics is ruining quality of life. And I was given like some examples earlier of like how I went to the library and you're expected not to refer to any of the people there as sir or madam or as ladies or gentlemen. So it's kind of frustrating that I see those as terms of politeness. Is that this guy's a beast? Thank you. Oh, and again, if guys keep asking me who this person is, and I was saying this is actually a plaque from my grandfather when he served in the Korean War in infantry. So he was the guy, he was the man, and he came back and became a firefighter. So he came back from fighting a good fight and became a first responder. And right next to it is another plaque of my uncles who've also served. And if I can, let me see if I can switch this. You probably can't see it behind the TV, but I don't know if you can see that behind the TV, but there's another plaque. That's my uncle who was also in the Navy. So all of us have been like military men on both my father's side and my mother's side. We've all served in the military, either in the Army or the Navy. My other grandfather, I believe, was Army. I have to look it up on his obituary, but I think he was Army. So all of us have been military guys for like the longest period. All of us have served. So I'd be happy if my son serves too. If he doesn't, that's fine. But he would come from a long tradition. Michael Scott says, once I graduate my GED classes, I'm joining the Army because they have an age waiver for 42. I'll be 39 in September. Go for it, man. Also, especially since you're up there in age, make sure you are staying in shape, my friend. All right? Make sure you are staying in shape because that's going to definitely be uh, an issue for older service members. Make sure you stay in shape. Eric says that's awesome. You must be proud, true Americans. Thank you. I appreciate it. And definitely true Americans because well, you guys will see more on July the 4th, but I'm actually related to one of the founding fathers, so I'll talk about that more this Thursday. Thursday? Yeah, Thursday's July the 4th. Michael says my dad's 70 years old. He's an ex-Marine and he raised me like a Marine. Oh, that was tough. Don't tell me he had the made you do the hospital corners on your bed every morning. um, but I mean, my father was an army guy, but he wasn't. He was strict, but not in the army sense of being strict. He was just um, I don't know how to explain it, but my father is well, he's a different example. He was just a bit of an asshole. Like I said, I might do a complete stream on that. I just don't. I just haven't done it yet, just because I don't want it to turn into like me like turning the stream into a therapy session. But it wasn't really the army thing that had anything to do with how my father was. More so that he's just not a likable person. Because, like I said, all my other male family members are military as well, and none of them act like him, including my grandfather, who didn't like him. How am I mind? The only reason, Eric, is just I haven't done this. I haven't put a lot of time into this. That's the only reason. I think if I had, you know, I do actual work outside of streaming on YouTube. So I think if I was like a full-time content creator, I would have been monetized a year ago. But now that I'm so close, I'm taking it more seriously. But when I first started doing it, it was literally just a hobby because a friend of mine said that he thought I was funny and I should like talk about random stuff that I talk with him about, and just put it on video. Um, and apparently people like it. So yeah, I'm gonna start taking it more seriously, and I'm also trying to encourage my wife to get involved with it too. Like I actually set up a channel for her, but she's very shy. So I understand that. Plus, I don't show her that much on this channel either, just because I didn't want to grab attention through 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 using her as like a something to get people's attention. So Michael says, what Italians we are. He said, with Italians we are strong, so I will make it in the army. We don't back down from nothing. That's what's up. Like I said, I think you can do it since, like I said, since they changed the age requirement. I'm just saying, make sure you're staying physically fit every day, because that's gonna make the crucial difference, and it's gonna make that transition easier for you. Aaron says, "Yeah, I see you blowing up. I wish, not blowing up yet, but it would be nice. Also, it'd be nice to work with some other YouTube content creators. I've worked with one so far. Um, if you go into my history of live streams, the very first live stream I ever did was with another YouTube content creator, a pretty Filipina, who the name of her channel is called Glam Lux. She mostly talks about like, you know, girly things dealing with like, uh, like makeup and clothing and stuff like that. But she also kind of shows a little bit of her body off in some of those videos too. So guys might, even though the stuff is geared towards women, guys will probably like watching it too. Like she's like showing like her little bum off on on a few of her videos. And she and I actually laughed about it. And she was telling me like her mom was in the room when she was doing it. I was like, really? So like, yeah, she's hilarious. Like we did a nice long stream. I mean live stream, I'm sorry. And she was the one that actually showed me, the ins and outs of live streaming and stuff like that. So I would really encourage people to check that out. And if they're interested, check out her channel. 'Cause like I said, she has some stuff on there that even guys will like, because she's attractive to look at. Um, but I do want to work with other YouTube content creators, and I know some Filipinas, like from the Philippines, who are willing to do interviews with me. So I just got to agree to a time with them that we can do it, and I'll let them talk. But I'm curious, if I do these interviews with these women, what you guys would be interested in me asking them? Would you want me to ask them about their personal like their personal day to day, or what kind of men are they looking for, stuff like that? And again, like I said, over there's an LGBTQ community, but they are not as nearly as annoying as it is here. Because some of those girls are in that lane, but a lot of them, like, they have a different definition of lesbian. Like a lot of them over there will consider themselves lesbians, but they still will occasionally date men. So that's much more fluent in those terms than here. Michael says, I don't have a car anymore, so I walk back and forth to work 5 miles a day. I mean, that's good. Don't get me wrong, that's good. But um, see, walking isn't really endurance. If you're doing it, if we're talking endurance, it either needs to be running or like rucking. Like, so if you're wearing like a heavy backpack, then you can turn it into rucking, right? Um, that would be endurance. But walking itself, I wouldn't really consider that endurance, cardiovascular endurance, unless it's a long walk. 5 miles, it is a long walk, but it's not long in the sense that you'll get like something out of it aerobically, if you understand what I mean. Michael says, that's what I do. I carry everything in my backpack, plus I work out in the gym too. Okay, so that is more similar to rucking. Okay, that counts. That counts. If you're wearing like more than 10% of your body weight in that backpack, that counts. Like basically, like when we were in high school, right? When we were in high school and middle school, and we literally had like, instead of like having our books in our locker and we just grab them between classes, usually you didn't have enough time in between classes to get all the way to your locker and then all the way back to the other side of the school. So most of us would carry like five, six different textbooks in our backpack all day long. So if you're like if you're doing something like that, then I would definitely consider that rucking, like close to rucking. Eric says I'm on a burpee everyday challenge. You do burpees every day? That's cool. Michael Scott says up to 10 pounds. Oh, you just retracted it. Sorry. But yeah, when I say so, like 10, so I wasn't saying like I don't know if you were saying your backpack is 10 pounds, but I was saying it should be like 10% of your body weight. So relative to whatever your body weight is. So if you're a guy who's like 150 pounds, then like a book bag just weighs about like 15 pounds, right? Or preferably more than that, because like when you're rucking like in the field doing like the assault patrols and stuff like that, their their rucksacks might be like 30 pounds of weight. Michael said that I put two 10-pound weights in my backpack and walk 5 minutes back and forth. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you meant 5 miles. 5 miles back and forth to work every day, and I go to the gym on Saturdays and Sundays. Okay, so yeah, I think your father told you about that, didn't he? Doing the the weight on the back doing the 5 miles, because that simulates doing like rucking or assault patrols, something like that. So it sound like you either looked that up or someone told you about that trick. But another way you could do that instead of just putting weights on your back, if you have a bug out bag or a go bag, you can do that. Use that, because a lot of people have bug out bags and then they never practice actually wearing their bug out bags. So you could use that in place of just putting weights in your backpack. If you have an actual bug out bag and it weighs a considerable amount of a considerable weight, you can use that. Michael says I'm 127 pounds. I have a high metabolism, so I can't get away. Okay. I actually came down in weight. Last time I weighed myself, I'm around 152, 153 pounds. I haven't been this light in a while because I've been up. Even though I run every day, I've been up to like I have recently got up to 180 pounds, which is the heaviest I ever been. Because even back in basic training, I I was at that time I was the heaviest I ever was. I had got up to 175 pounds, but now I'm closer to like I'm more closer to my fighting weight. Like I said, so yeah, my dad he's a Marine, well not anymore, but yeah, so he's the one who gave you that. I figured you found that through someone else, like that trick. Like I said, that's a good way to do it, to go rucking. Just put some weights on your back. But I was saying if you actually have a bug out bag, you could do that too instead of putting the weights, because that way it would actually be like useful, because you could use your bug out bag to put like everyday carry items in it, stuff like that. Stuff for work. So either way, it's a sound like you're doing well. Like you hit the gym on the weekends, and you have your commute during the week. That works. But anyway, let me get back to the given topic. So, um, Eric, Eric says eggs and chicken. Michael, eat as much as you can, or red meat too. I know a lot of people red meat's become the bad guy, but red meat still has its place in a healthy diet. I just had a few hamburgers just a while ago myself. Michael says, open the song since I was a kid. It's hard to gain weight for me, but I'm strong as heck and I don't give up on anything. Um, have you tried any any weight gainer, like like the muscle milk, with some creatine and stuff like that. Bo Bobo Jojo says you look like the yellow M&M. How? I'm brown. You mean the brown M&M, right? I look like the yellow one. No, no problem. I know. It's, I hate my phone. Got spell check on it. No, no worries. You can turn off the autocorrect though if you want. I actually keep mine on because sometimes it does catch stuff, but other times you still gotta double check the spell check. Eric says I live off venison, but not everyone has that option. So through my father, I could get as much venison as I wanted, but I don't. I actually don't like it, except as chili. When he makes the venison as chili, is good, but he mixes it like his venison chili will have like venison and beef and bacon all like mixed together in the chili. So it's really good actually. That's the only way I'll eat venison. But if he makes like venison like as a steak or he grounds it, it's I don't like the taste of venison like just straight venison by itself. I think it's an acquired taste. Now bison is really good. I'll eat bison in place of beef anytime because they're pretty much the same thing. Like it tastes pretty much the same as beef to me. So I'll eat bison anytime, but venison is more of an acquired taste. It's just a little too gamey for me. Michael says I eat a bunch of steak, pork chops, ribs, and hamburgers. You can call me a carnivore. Okay. So you have the protein. It's just how your body deals with it. Because, you know, I don't know if you're aware. So there's three body types. Seem like you are either blessed or cursed, depending on how you look at it, with the body type that most people want, which is the ectomorph. The ectomorph tends to be more of a small, lanky person. The endomorph tends to be like more heavy set or overweight, and the mesomorph is more of a stocky, muscular build type person. And no one, usually most people may not be clearly one or the other, but usually they fall within one of those three types. So I know I'm somewhere between ectomorph and mesomorph, like more of an ectomorph because I'm not stocky and muscular, but it's easy for me to build muscle. Um, Whereas one of my friends, he's more of an endomorphic type. Like he has to work out a lot to try to get to like a reasonable sort of physique. Michael says, I'm not afraid to put stuff in my body, no diddy, but it's not from the ground being, but it's not from the ground being the planet. Eric says you have to let the venison hang for 7 days and no gain flavor. I don't know how they do it, honestly. I've seen my father and grandfather harvest the animals and let the deer hang from the tree and stuff. And I remember when we were younger, some of the neighbors would see it. They'd be like, "Ew," but um, even still, I just don't think I like the taste of venison like that. Because, like I said, it's just its own unique taste, right? But like I said, bison, I'll eat bison. But venison, not into that. I didn't try bear. I just couldn't. I couldn't force myself to try it because the meat is purple, and I'm just like, nah, I don't want to try that. Eric says pork makes me fat. It's a survival food for me. And Michael says I'm a carnivore. I love meat. Moonlit Fern is back. He says hi everyone. Hey dude, my daughter had her baby. I'm in shock. Oh, congratulations. Um, a new grandfather. That's what's up. So I'm guessing she's back here in the States, right? So did did you come back to the US to be with your daughter, or are you still in Thailand? Only for instance, I never had bear, but we cook with bear fat, and I love pork. How does that taste? Like I said, I couldn't get past the meat because like when my father was showing it to me, it was purple. I'm like, purple meat? What the hell? Michael says I can lift 250 pounds. Uh, uh, it, sorry, retracted. I can't read the rest of it. I'm only friend says she's in Wisconsin. I just found out 20 minutes ago. Okay, so oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think that's gonna happen when I have kids. I'm gonna be overseas, and my parents are just gonna find out while I'm in the Philippines. Only friend says, please don't say Grandpa I'm 41. My bad. Um, I don't know um, what you want them to call you. Like my father, his grandkids now call him Pop Pop. Not my kids, I don't have any yet, but through my sisters. Um, my my older sister and my oldest kid sister, they both have kids, and I think they refer to him as Pop Pop or whatever. I'm sure he's much nicer to them than he was to us. Michael says, I've been lifting weights since I've been 11 years old and can lift 200. That's not bad at 127 pounds. Um, but like I said, just make sure you are getting, so you got those three major things when it comes to combat fitness: cardiovascular endurance, muscular endurance, and strength. Some people think that strength takes the place of muscular endurance, and it doesn't. You still you still need to do like the calisthenics to get the muscular endurance. Because if you're doing strength training right, it's not going to be. Well, here's the thing: some people do their strength training incorrectly, so it does actually end up being muscular endurance. Because you can do muscular endurance with weights if you're just doing high reps, but if you're doing strength training proper, you shouldn't be doing probably more than 8 reps per set for strength training. Where with muscular endurance, you wanna you wanna max out how many reps you can do. One of the friends says, I don't mind. I'm just coming to terms, still in shock. Michael says, my dad is a 70-year-old veteran and he raised me to do drugs with him when I was young, so I can handle the toughness they can put me through. Well, just be careful with that. Only person, you must have tried the pig roast in the Philippines. If not, please do. And I love venison jerky. No, of course I had lechon. I've had lechon when my wife and I first married. Like within the first year of our marriage, like her her family on her mother's side, you know, mother's no, 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 I'm sorry. Her family on her father's side of the family, they have a family reunion every year in Bulacan, and it's usually right after Christmas or right no right after New Year's, I think right after New Year's, and they have their family reunion. So they invited us all that out there, and that was my first time trying lechon, and they were actually still fixing the fixing roasting the pig while I was there, and they were nibbling on it while they were roasting it, and they was like, here, try this, try this. They wanted me to try it, and they was showing me how they like take, they break off some of the pig skin and they dip it in the vinegar, like the vinegar and the soy sauce, and eat it that way. It was really tasty. I mean, good thing I wasn't Muslim though, because my real name is Aman. So I guess they didn't even worry about whether I was Muslim. Because if I was Muslim, I wouldn't have ate it. Actually, I know some people who aren't Muslim who still won't eat roast pig. Like they find it abhorrent. I'm not that squeamish. I'm squeamish about seafood, but not about pork. But yeah, like I tried it. How they showed me, like I broke off some of the pig skin, dipped it in the vinegar and the soy sauce, and ate it. It was good, but they were taking so many pieces off of it that like when they brought it back to the family to the for the dinner table, some of the some of the aunts and uncles was like, who ate all this much off the pig, and then the cousins tried to say it was me, and I was like, wait, what? I didn't do. And everyone was laughing. And my wife was like, oh, they know you didn't eat that. I was like, all right. I'm just letting them know I didn't eat all that. Like, I only took a few pieces because they insisted that I do so. I'm trying to think if I had venison jerky. I don't think so. I've had beef jerky, turkey jerky, and bison jerky. I don't think I've had ostrich jerky, but some people claim that ostrich jerky is good. Um, oh no, no, and I've had bacon jerky. Yeah, so bacon jerky, beef jerky, bison jerky, and I think turkey jerky. Haven't had venison, but that's just because I'm not a venison fan. Uh, Eric says I live in a colder environment, so letting it hang for 7 days so the enzymes kick in to cut out that gamey taste is not a problem. It tastes like a lean beef. So that's probably the difference, because I don't think anytime my family fixed it did they let it hang that long. But again, we also live somewhere that's more temperate probably than where you live. Like, Maryland gets kind of cold during the winter, but I'm not sure if it would be safe to let the food hang for that long, especially in our suburban Baltimore neighborhoods or in my father's DC suburban neighborhood. It might come off as weird seeing a dead animal hang for like a whole week in the backyard. Um, but they did usually let it hang, but I know for a fact it wasn't 7 days. Moonlit Fern says shout out to Michael's dad being a vet. Michael said I misspelled my dad raised me to do drills with him when he was in. Okay, much better. I thought you said drugs. I'm like, oh man. I was like, you were living that officer and a gentleman lifestyle, like Richard Gere. I grew up on a military base. Which one, if you don't mind saying? Um, Sarah Dell, hey brother, topic tonight. What's up, Sarah? So the topic, we kind of went off on a tangent, but the original topic was that identity politics seems to be ruining like quality life. That was the topic because I was basically complaining like how I went to a library today after leaving my jury summons, and when I went to go to the information desk to ask this librarian a question, I saw that it said that there was a list of words you should no longer use in the public library space, and it was saying you can't say ladies, you can't say gentlemen, you can't say sir, you can't say ma'am, stuff like that. And I'm like, wow, that's really ridiculous. I said, so now you can't even refer to people out of terms of politeness. Like these were the terms we were brought up as with kids to show our respect to others, and now we're told that that's offensive. I was like, this is where identity politics is going astray. Like, if you're now telling people that terms of terms of respect and politeness are offensive, where are we as a culture now? And then what do you call that person if you don't already know their name? It's like, are you supposed to say, hey, excuse me, can you come over here, Like, what are you supposed to say if you can't say sir or ma'am? Is there Is there a gender neutral form of sir or ma'am that I'm not aware of? Because I don't know. It just seems ridiculous. And like I said, it's been the emphasis on identity politics and victimhood that pushed me out of being a progressive over a year ago. Michael says I'm Italian and I don't like roast pig. Nasty. I'm kind of a traitor to the Italians. Don't let them hear that. They on the we're entering the 2024 racial drafts. They might they might put you out and trade you for someone else. Moonlit Fern says, "Are the mosquitoes bad out there? They crazy here." Um, so, I mean, not when I was there, but yeah, they are bad because over there, they do carry what's what is that what is that virus? Because one of my wife's friends actually got it, and I told her, I said, you need to go to the hospital immediately. Um, what's that tropical disease? I can't remember. It wasn't. I don't think it was Zika virus. It's the more common one, the more tropical mosquito bite disease. I think it was malaria. I think it was malaria, but whatever it was. I think it was malaria, but she had it from mosquito bites or whatever, and she was looking really bad. Like she was starting to look like the little girl off of the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory that was turning blue and blowing up, like it was turning purple and like starting to balloon. That's what she was starting to look like. I was like, you need to, you need to go to the hospital. And she was like, well, I don't have health care. I was like, it don't. I was like, at this point, it doesn't matter. You need to just go get treated and then worry about the medical bill later. I was like, I'll help you if you need to because you need to go. So, um, yeah, I think it was malaria. But yeah, so there's an issue of that in the Philippines. But I haven't really dealt with a lot of mosquitoes there. But I don't really live next to any water. Like I don't live. Like I'm pretty sure. Like if I live in Manila, in Manila City, it'd probably be more of a problem. Like close to the bay, like where the embassy is. Like I'm pretty sure they probably got mosquitoes out there like crazy. But where I live at the time in Mandaluyong, it's sort of like in the middle of Metro Manila. So there's no water surrounding us other than my our pools at my condo. And now in Bulacan, where also it's outside of Metro Manila, but it's also in a landlocked area. So not really an issue with mosquitoes. I'm not sure how she caught it because she lives in another part of Metro Manila, a city called Marikina. I don't know if Marikina is close to the water or not, but malaria is, I think it's malaria. It's quite common out there. But Moonlit Furnace says, hell yeah, the pork is amazing and nice to hear. He said, my name is Matthew. They're joking with you about the pig. They do that to me in Thailand all the time. Okay, so that's common. All right. Because I was like, because I'm the only, plus I'm the only black person and foreigner at the whole family reunion. And I was like, oh man, don't put that on me. But yeah, my wife said they were just messing around with me because she was like man, she's like they knew you ain't eat all that. I was like okay, shh. I said I thought they really believed I ate all that, and I was like I only ate a few pieces because they kept telling me to try it. So okay, now I know that's a common thing. They just like messing with the foreign husband. So they said I ate all the sea bass. I want to I want to try sea bass. I don't think I had any, and I'm not even a seafood person, but well, I like fin fish. I just don't like shellfish, and I don't like calamari. But fin fish is fine with me. Like fin, fish that's got the fins and scaly. I'll eat that. So I'll try sea bass. I don't believe I had any before. Um, I don't think so. If I did, it was a long time ago. But yeah, I would like to try that. And I'm not sure if Thailand does the same in the Philippines, but in the Philippines they leave the heads on their fish. And my wife even says I think she said she likes to eat the eyeballs. I'm like, ew, what? The eyeballs. Eric says I fought at 150, blew up to 240. Now I'm trying to get back at 180. I'm only 5'6", even though guys that say um, they're at 5'8", 2 inches shorter than me. How you go from 150 to 240 though? That's almost a 100-pound difference. Like I said, the biggest I've blown up was to 180 earlier this year, and that's the heaviest I've ever been. Prior to that, the heaviest I've ever gotten was in basic training when I got up to 175 pounds. But like I said, that was just from the diet and our combat fitness that we were doing at the time. But at home, I was closer to like, I guess like 160 something. So I was surprised when I had weighed myself several months ago, and I was like 180, and I could tell because you could have, if you saw the the YouTubes I was making at the time, it showed in my face. Because my wife, I told her I got down to like 150 something. She was like, "Oh, I can tell," because she's like, "Your face looks different." And I was like, "Well, I look healthier though." I said, "This is more." I said, "150 is closer to like my preferred like weight anyway, so that's not a problem for me." But yeah, 150 to 240, that's a huge difference, man. Like, you gotta be careful because like when you put that much weight on, that can affect your organs. So definitely, yeah, I would definitely stay closer to like 180. My only friend says you can do it, Eric. Yeah. Michael says I live in West Virginia and we love to eat deer. Okay. My stepfather, his family is from West Virginia. Don't ask me where because I don't remember because I have not been out there for a long time. My stepfather died back in 1996. Not from old age, he died from emphysema, actually. He was a heavy chain smoker throughout my childhood. And the last 2 years of his life, I was actually living with my biological father in DC. And he had gave up smoking and he became like morbidly obese after stop smoking. But I think just that his whole lifetime of smoking had already caught up with him. So even though he had stopped smoking, he had already done irreparable damage to his body. But yeah, he was from West Virginia. We used to go out there. Eh, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of boring out there. The cool thing was like seeing those little tree houses. Like when I say tree houses, for you guys who don't know what I mean, I'm talking about like actual houses built on the trunks of trees, of large trees. Like these aren't tree houses like for kids. These are like actual family, like single family homes. That was the first time I've ever seen that was in West Virginia. And plus, West Virginia connects to Maryland through the western part of Maryland. Like when you're going out to, I believe, like Accident, Maryland, and out that way, it's like more the mountains. That sort of connects with West Virginia. Eric says, "Yeah, I live in Connecticut. I have the state record buck from 1970 on my wall from Maryland, my father's side." Well, that's what's up. Where my father, they only hunt in Virginia. They don't hunt in Maryland. Plus, he doesn't even need a license because on our family land, he just hunts on our family land in Virginia. But yeah, he doesn't even, as far as I know, he never even hunted here in Maryland. He always just does it in Virginia. Michael says it was somewhere in New Jersey. I don't remember what it's called. It wasn't Camp Pendleton, right? Like I can't remember. I keep thinking Camp Pendleton is in New Jersey, but I could be wrong. Regular point says 4 pointer buck. Oh, Moonlit, for instance, there goes freedom of speech. Live and let live, regardless of whatever they choose to, but should respect freedom of speech. Yeah, like the thing is, like if they say, "Hey, I prefer to be referred to as such and such," I'll of course do that out of respect. But it's just weird that a priori knowing a priori to knowing what a person prefers to be called, that you're just not supposed to use any sort of terms of respect. Like if you can't use terms of respect, psychologically it also reduces the level of respect that you exchange with people. Like there is a connection between um I don't want to get too heady with this. Again, I don't feel like putting on my linguistics cap here, but if people have ever heard of the superior worth hypothesis or whatever, but yeah, there's a connection between linguistics as far as how we talk about things and how we can actually think about things. If you restrict how people can talk about things, it's going to restrict how they can think about things too. And that, like I said, that can get into things dealing with, like, if you want to check it out or know more about it, it's called the superior worth hypothesis. Sarah says, okay, gotcha. Michael says, thank you for respecting my father for being a 70-year-old Marine, Eric. Everyone should. As a matter of fact, so guys, again, this is another tangent. So when I was on the bus today, I don't know what was going on. First is Baltimore. So Baltimore is always just pretty ghetto anyway. Let's be honest about that. But also, I think because it's July the 1st and all the hood boogers come out because it's the first of the month. Get up, get up, get up. It's the first of the month. It's not, but every so every little junkie was on public transportation going to get their check or whatever, and not just them. There's also a bunch of disabled people too, and it just happened. The two people got on the bus, both on a wheelchair, and it's slowing up the process. And I understand because when I commuted to get to work, I always hated, I always hated when I caught the bus that was on time, but it would be backed up by the time all these disabled people got on and got off, especially the wheelchair folks. And she was just mad that someone's let on, and she was like, he could have took the next bus. And the bus driver got mad at her and said, you can't be telling these people not to get on the bus just because you're going to be late. She was like, you should have got an earlier bus. And so the passenger was going back and forth with the bus driver. Then she started being disrespectful to the disabled folks. The one person in the wheelchair just completely ignored her, but the guy got on. He's a former Marine, because he has it all over his wheelchair and he had a hat on. You know how you Marines go. And you know, so he started firing back at the other passenger like, man, don't be disrespecting us. He said my condition is genetic. He was like, you don't ever know what can end up putting you in a wheelchair, because she was basically saying it's their fault for being like this girl was completely out of pocket. She was basically saying it's their fault that they're disabled, as if there's not a myriad reasons that can end up making you a disabled person. Like he said, his was a genetic condition, and actually I thought, he had got injured as through combat, because I was about to speak up for him, and I usually just mind my damn business on the public transportation, but I was about to say you need to respect that man. He's a Marine and fought for your freedom, and that's why he's disabled. But when he said no, this was a genetic condition, I just shut up. But I was, if he needed help, I was gonna offer, I was gonna offer him my help, because I was like, you're not gonna sit there and shit talk this Marine when you're just some little lowly little hood booger riding a bus because you're too poor to get a car. And like, I choose not to get a car because I don't want any expenses here in America when I'm going back overseas. I don't need unnecessary expenses here. So that's my choice. But like, if I need to go somewhere and I don't want to be on public transportation, I can use Uber or Lyft. So if she's really that concerned about getting to work on time and avoiding what she considers low class people, then she can do the same thing. She can take a Uber or Lyft as well. But to sit there and blame disabled people for being disabled, that was completely out of pocket. And especially when she was going back and forth with this guy who was an obvious like Marine, I'm like, I almost said something myself, but I knew it would have just added to the tension on the bus already. Because I was about to say, you're not about to disrespect this Marine in front of me. So anyway, Eric says, yeah, true. I feel rude to say, what are you? Right. So it's like you gotta go through a whole soliloquy with people with their gender identity before you can address them. That's just so odd. Like I don't. It's not about me being older or whatever. I know younger. There's younger people that feel that think the same way. Like straight men, like younger straight men are the same way, and a lot of them don't care. They will be disrespectful to people um if they if they think it's gonna put them out of their way to be just like at least because the person on the platform earlier was trying to troll say, oh well, you're about 50 years old. Okay, that doesn't mean I don't lack common sense. That is it's going to be pretty hard to have conversations with people if you don't know how to if you're going to be like on basically walking on nails to try to figure out how to address this person just to have a regular interaction with them. That's like I said, that's odd. And like I said, younger people are talking about it too. Like straight young men and straight young women are complaining about this too. So it's not an age thing where just Gen X and Boomers are out of touch, because we Gen X have had these issues, and older millennials and Gen Xers have had this issue back in the 90s. We came up in the era in the 90s that was originally we had the original concept of political correctness. This is just this is just political correctness 2.0. But we were literally dealing with this back in the 90s. Like it got so out of hand they even made a comedy movie out of it called PCU, Politically Correct University. Um, but yeah, this isn't new. It's just how it's being handled now is differently. Moonlit Fern says, growing up in Florida, we were forced to say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am in school or get detention. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of us grew up in either neighborhoods or in families where you were supposed to use those honorifics or you would get in trouble. And like I said, around my Asian and Indian and African friends, they they still say yes sir, no ma'am to everyone they meet, or they say uncle or auntie very more often than sir or ma'am. They say uncle or auntie. So imagine people in the LBGTQIAA2SP, and I missed the Q because it's two Q's. Anyway, imagine these folks coming into these traditional cultures like the Indian culture, East Asian culture, and like West African culture, trying to tell these people you shouldn't be referring to anyone as uncle and auntie. Man, it wouldn't go too well for them. Michael says my baby mama is Jamaican and my kids are half Italian and half Jamaican. Talk about some crazy accents and food going on. having you know having some, I don't know, some antipasta one night and having some like roti with curry goat the next day. I don't know how that be an interesting palette of food. When the first is dengue fever. Yeah, I think that might have been it. Yeah, it wasn't malaria. I think it was dengue fever. It was one of those two. It was either malaria or dengue fever. But I know it's really common in the Philippines. But it's not supposed to be common within Metro Manila. And she caught it. Like I said, I had to beg her to go to the hospital to get it treated because she was scared that she would go into debt because she didn't have medical care. And I'm like, man, forget that. I was like, that a lot of people die from this every year, right? I said, you need to get that taken care of. Like I said, her face was turning. Like I said, she looked like the beginning stage of the girl from the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory um, movie. Sarah says, I'll always say yes, ma'am, and yes, sir. Taught my babies the same. Retired U.S. Marine here, living in deep South Georgia. That library sign would never stand here. Yeah, like I'm thinking maybe it was just that branch, Sarah, because I mean, it hasn't been that long since I've been to library. Like I've been about a year and a half ago, but it was a different branch closer to where I live. This one is all the way on the other side of the county from where I live. And I was like, what? I was like, geez, like maybe maybe it's the particular person who's managing that library put that up. Cause, but I was like, man, that's just ridiculous. 'Cause like I said, I'm out of out of my own just like social instincts. I usually say sir or ma'am, whether the person is older or younger than me, just out of respect. So I had to consciously keep from calling her ma'am, assuming it's a her. But in any case, I had to consciously keep from calling that transformer um, sir or ma'am because I didn't want to offend the person, whoever it is. Like that's the other thing. I'm never gonna go out of my way to offend anyone. But at the same time, if I inadvertently do so, you shouldn't take it that seriously because it wasn't done to be disrespectful. So Michael says, "Come to West Virginia. We got all kinds of bugs here. You can have them." Nah, I can imagine. Like I said, I haven't lived in West Virginia, but I've stayed there with my step family when I was little. And aside from it being a bit boring, I'm guessing maybe some of the bigger cities got more going for it, but where his mother is from, it wasn't too much going on out there. And yeah, I haven't been back since, and that's been the 90s. Moonlit Fern says, I'm covered in lemongrass mosquitoes spray now because I'm right by the Air Force Base in Rice Fields. Okay. Wait, what? Where? Air Force Field. Is that closer to Pattaya? I can't remember where. So I know there's like a naval base, I believe, out there. I don't know where there's an Air Force base in Thailand though. I'm only for instance, no thanks, man. No thank you, Michael. We have all the creepy crawlers you can have here. Michael says, you know what's crazy? My kids are half Jamaican and half Italian. I love my kids to death. The people don't like mixed gender. Oh well, I don't care what they think. I think you mean mixed race, right? So I'm 57, so don't feel bad. Mula Fern says very common to joke with foreigner husbands, but it's love and culture. Like they like teasing and love it more when you tease back. Yeah, they they left the heads on fish and some eat the eyes. I can't do that. Yeah, I can't either. I don't even want to see the head. I can deal with the head, but I'm not going to eat it. I'll just eat the body of the flesh of the body part. And then even that, even when I was eating the fish, my wife was like, "You don't know how to eat fish." And yeah, I can make some dirty jokes on that, but I'll leave that alone. But so she was showing me how she does it with the fork, and I'm like, well, I was like, baby, yes, you gotta understand. Like the majority of times I would eat fish, we I ate like breaded fish fillets or fish sticks. I was like the only time I would eat bony fish, it's like sometimes my mom would fix bony fish sometimes for us, maybe like catfish or trout or um, you know, tilapia and all that sort of stuff. Because they love tilapia in the Philippines. They love. So she's like, "Oh, you guys eat tilapia?" Like, "Oh yeah." But I was like, I don't eat bony fish that often. I said most of the time when I eat fish, at least when I elect to eat fish on my own, it's gonna be like some breaded fish fillet. Eric says, thanks, Moonlit Fern, down to 204. Michael says, I'm 257 pounds and 57 in height. 5'7" in height. So, yeah. Because I was like, you're not 57. Yeah, you meant 5'7". Moonlit Fern says, good man, proud of you. Drink more water and watch your diet. It reminds me I need to get some water soon, too, myself. Moonlit Fern says, yeah, quitting one habit and replacing with another, hopefully healthy ones. Just do it incrementally. Uh, Eric says, bad life choices, my friend. That's why I say you're a beast and disciplined. Michael says, yeah, I smoke and I still want to join the military. I've been smoking since I was 13. So, yeah, I would try to give that up. And before you ask, no, vape, I don't think vape is a suitable replacement. Vape has probably more untested chemicals than tobacco cigarettes do. There are actually like um, these little e-cigarettes that don't contain vape that you can use nowadays that are neither tobacco nor vape chemicals. They just kind of give off like a scent and a flavor, so it can kind of it can actually help you with the physical habit of smoking, with not so much maybe the chemical habits. For the chemical habits, you might want to actually see a professional, and they can probably prescribe to you Wellbutrin. Wellbutrin is an antidepressant, but it also has an off-label use for smoking cessation. So people who quit smoking will also use Wellbutrin, even though it's you know classified as an antidepressant. But like I said, it's an off-label use. It's also used to quit smoking, and there's other drugs like that too. And Wellbutrin doesn't really have any nasty side effects like some of the older lines of antidepressants, like the tricyclics and other forms. Michael Scott says I'm from West Virginia, and I can verify that. When for instance, go Army or Marine, but cut down on smoking before MEPS and boot camp. Yeah, because you tell him like he said his father's a Marine from like 70 years old. I'm pretty sure he can tell you some horror stories about the MEPS, about the interest processing station. Like the whole job of the folks there is to eliminate you as a candidate. So they'll find any if they find something they think they can eliminate you for, they will. Especially you being at a heightened age at 39, they're definitely going to be more discriminatory. Moolah Fern says we had people sweating and smelling like cigarettes and alcohol 2 weeks into boot camp. 2 weeks in, god damn. Like I was around some people who probably heavily drink and smoke, but I think 2 weeks into boot camp, I can't remember anyone who was still like that bad. Because especially because the ones who were off that bad probably didn't even make it past reception. Like they probably had to stay an extra week or two in reception for the folks who were like kind of down bad with the alcohol and cigarettes, because they probably wouldn't have made it past the 1 minute mile run that we had to all do to get out of reception. You see what this says. Michael Scott says, I'm born in the 80s, so I'll call you what you are. If you don't like it, don't hurt yourself in the closet. Michael Reitman says, Robert Kennedy for president. That's going to be a hard slog for him, Michael Whiteman I'm talking to now, because like I said, he's a third party candidate and he's coming in as an independent. As an independent, that means that not every state has to honor him on their ballot, and I disagree with that, but that's the rules. Like if you're an independent, like it's up to the state, it's up to that state's electors whether they allow a independent candidate on their ballot. So he may not even be on all 50 ballots. However, he does have the option of becoming a dark horse candidate. Like I said, the problem is they didn't give him a platform to really. I mean, he's used internet tools pretty savvy, but if he had more backing than the mainstream media, I think he would have been a much more stronger presence in this election. And it's weird because most people in the media, well, a lot of people in the media are backing Biden, let's be honest, but there's been people in I should say in independent media who hate both choices, both Trump and Biden. For my own part, I've always told people to be completely honest about my political leanings, that I back Trump, but I can understand why people would go for RFK. He has appeal on both sides, and like I said, I actually think it's a shame that he was shut out of the first debate, and that he should be included in any of them going forward, because he is a viable candidate, and that's why mainstream media has worked so hard to shut him out. Is because he is a viable candidate. He's he has the potential to be a spoiler like Ross H. Perot was back in the 90s. At least the first time Ross Perot ran. The first time Ross Perot ran, he actually could have won. He dropped out. And so then when he came back the next election, people didn't take him as seriously because he dropped out of the first one when he was, according to some polls, maybe ahead of both Clinton and Bush. So, and only for instance, Baltimore is Walking Dead after dark. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, unless you're in some sort of gated community, and there's not within the city, there aren't really too many gated communities. Um, Maybe in like South Baltimore, but yeah, it's I live in the suburbs, like 10 minutes away from the city, but far enough that you're not gonna get here unless you have money. And currently, where I am, I'm staying like right now, and I've been at my grandmother's house for over a week. It's actually more quiet than where I was staying with my sister and mother and all this, because unlike her neighborhood, most of the people here are homeowners, and this is an older community. Most people here have homes and mortgages, and like Chris Rock said, a mortgage is going to make you act right. Whereas a lot of the homes in the community with my sister and mother, a lot of those people are renting those houses. That's why they're more reckless. Like they don't have skin in the game to make them act right. Whereas people here, generally everyone owns their homes in this neighborhood, so people act right. Michael says, I have a question for the public on here. What do you think about Italian guy and Jamaican girl having kids together? Just want to see what your thoughts are. I mean, I'm just the host of this live stream, but it doesn't matter to me. I'm in a mixed race relationship. I think you're new here, so but if you check out my other videos, my wife is Filipina, and I literally met her overseas and married her overseas. So I have no problem with you know um, multi-ethnic, multiracial relationships. I think it makes things quite more interesting. And like I said, I have my preferences for other women anyway. I think I'm just more attracted to Asian, white, and indigenous women. So Moving for instance, all that says she should have known better. 15 minutes early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. That's how we were raised. No, so public transportation just sucks. I mean, so you've been in Thailand for a while, so you've probably forgot how much transportation here in America sucks. 15 minutes early, nah. To take When it comes to public transportation here in America, you probably better leave out 2 hours early. Like you better, yeah. It's like like in the Philippines, in the Philippines, public transportation is good, but Manila traffic is so bad that you're gonna be backed up. So it would be like Manila traffic, like knowing how bad Manila traffic is, you better come out like 2, 3 hours earlier than what you planned on doing. This is why people hate commuting within Manila or commuting outside of Manila. Like people who live outside of Manila who commute or sometimes just stay in the city the whole week and then leave the city afterwards. I've seen people do that in Japan too. Like some people will live in um, like manga cafes the whole work week and then go home after the work week is done because it's just cheaper than commuting back and forth. If they live outside of Metro Tokyo, like they'll just stay in like a manga cafe. But yeah, some people in the Philippines they go hard in that. They don't even stay like at a motel or a something like that. They some of them will literally just sleep on the streets during the week. But these are usually like, but the people I see doing that are probably more likely to be the hard hat construction labor force type people who probably sleep on the streets during the week in Manila. Um, and it's relatively safe for them to do so. But it still looks sad to see them like having to like basically like camp out during the week because it's easier for them to do that than to get back home and forth every day. Um, but yeah, public transportation in America sucks because since they consider only because there's this, unlike in the other countries, since it's mostly seen as a resource for poor people, then not much resources are given to public transportation. And it may not, Baltimore traffic isn't that bad, but it's just the way it's inefficiently run. So you need to, it can't be 15 minutes early. You need to be like out like 2 hours early to make sure you're somewhere on time in the city, especially if it's not somewhere close to where you live. Like if you're coming from all the way from one side of the city to the next to get to work, or from the county to the city, or vice versa, the city to the county, you should probably be planning on leaving out 2 hours earlier than the given time that you would need to leave out to get to work on time. Sarah says, "You know how Marines are." Haha. So love you, brother. Yeah, this warhead does. Yes, like, yes, this warhead does. Jarhead. Sorry, Jarhead. Only first says, "All for it, Michael. Please do. That'll be a beautiful baby with great skin and cool culture. And if they can cook from both cultures, that's a plus. If they can cook food from both cultures, that's a W." And Michael Scott says, "Thank you, Moonlit Fern." Sarah says, Semper Fi, Moonlit. I'm feeling left out. There's a lot of Marine love going on today. Moonlit says, "Love my Jamaican friends. My nephew, half Native American and Jamaican." Dang, that's another interesting mix. Native American and Jamaican. Sarah, Moonlit first says, "Sarah, I'm Army." Or was. Sarah says, "Yo, sorry, brother, but love you anyway." Users SS4YK6XQ8I says, "I hear those frequencies, Big Bro Connect." I don't know what you're talking about unless you're talking about you can hear my ambient music in the back. It is some Japanese flute music that I thought people would enjoy. I haven't done that all week. And so I promised people, I said, starting this week, I'm going to get back to playing the ambient music or lo-fi music in the background because most people seem to like it. Moonlit Fern says, "We are Gen Z, but I think we're getting to see each new generation. I think it's cool. Anything strange but interesting." Yeah, I don't have any hatred for any particular generation. What I do hate about some of the younger generations is that they just seem to have less respect for the older ones. And I know every older generation always says they're like, "Oh, they don't respect us," but no, it this one is more documented because we can actually see it online, right? It's not just hearsay or casual observation. Like we can actually like document some of the, like I said, how these trolls and other people act online and stuff. I wouldn't dare like act like that towards older people when I was that age. I still don't do it at this age to my older people. Like older people for me would be boomers and the silent generation. I'm not disrespectful to them either unless they do something to me. But yeah, that's my only issue with them. That and the fact that, like I said, a lot of them are pushing those leftist political ideas, and I find some of it toxic, which is like my whole rant for this topic, this given topic today was that I see political identity politics kind of ruining the quality of life because you have to. It's so bad now that you have to tiptoe around people before you can actually have like a just a regular interaction with them because you have to be so worried about saying something that might offend them inadvertently just through normal day-to-day conversation. And I'm not talking about like using offensive words like we would casually throw around in the 80s and even 90s. I'm talking about using terms of respect. Those becoming now offensive. Like I never thought we would get to a day and age where ladies and gentlemen was considered offensive. Like ladies and gentlemen is literally offensive to some people because you're a quote unquote assuming their gender. Michael says I was born 85 and I grew up in the 90s, so I know. I'm only friend says yeah. In Florida, we called our friends' parents, mom and dad too. It was a respect thing, and they were allowed to discipline us like their own. I still love all of them. Yeah, like I said, a lot of us, even in the like black community, up until like I guess maybe the 80s or so, black people used to refer to each other's uncle and auntie. Like now, you only see that in like the Asian communities and African communities. Only for instance, we have a high alert for dengue fever today on Thai news. I haven't heard anything, but I do follow the Bangkok Post. Like, I follow like a lot of international news sources that for places that I frequently visit. So Bangkok Post in Thailand, the Manila Bulletin in the Philippines. I used to love CNN Philippines, but they shut that down last year because they weren't getting enough income. And it was a really good platform. It got shut down because apparently locals just weren't watching it because they didn't like that it showed so much stuff in English. But I was like, no, it didn't. Like, it would show like the same stuff twice, and it would show like all the stuff like in with people speaking in Tagalog or more likely Taglish, and then later on they would have a redoing of all that same content but in English. Among Fern says it's easy to fix if you know the symptoms. Yeah, like I said, I can't remember if it was malaria or dengue, but whatever it was, they said there was a high mortality rate associated with it, and that's why I told my wife's friend to make sure she got that taken care of. And I think it wasn't really the medical visit. I think it was the medicine that kind of was really expensive for her. Sarah says transform. I'm rolling, bro. Yeah, that's I call them transformers or Decepticons. And I didn't make that up. Richie Mack from Zoom to Thailand, his YouTube channel, he started saying that because people kept asking him when he was in Pattaya, like, is there a lot of ladyboys out there? And he was like, nah, not really. But then he was somewhere. He was like, okay, you guys do have a point. He said, there are a lot of them out here. He said, see that right there? That's a Decepticon. He said, that one right there, that's a Decepticon. It was funny. Michael says, alarm from my small town called Wheeling, West Virginia. Yeah, I've heard of Wheeling. I don't think I've been there, but I'm familiar with Wheeling. Only for instance, when I go back to USA, I'm just gonna say I identify as a wombat. I mean, you can get away. You know they have furries here now. Like you have people who dress up as stuffed animals, calling themselves fairies. So this is how deluded people here. It's like it's weird coming from a psychology background and having to being in a society where we have half of people in society wanting you to treat their mental health problems as if these are sane ways of behaving. And then the other problem is, so psychology being a social science is often it often has people from the left come in and spread their like cognitive contagion onto the field of research, because psychology is often known as like a, a white female dominated field. um, so they definitely have spread some of their idiotic beliefs within some of the research. Mullet, for instance, Mai, North Bangkok, Pattaya is disgusting. I agree. I just like Pattaya during the daytime because, like I said, you can go to the islands, and there's some things to do out there during the daytime. Like there's the temple. I forgot what the temple is, but I mean there's like a dozen temples in Bangkok. But like I said, you do have the temple out there. You got a few Muay Thai training camps. There's that golf course that Richie Mack goes to Zoom to Thailand. The only caveat is that he said that you actually need to know how to practice. Like you actually need to know how to golf to be on the course, because I think they test you out when you come there to see your proficiency. See, he didn't tell you all of that in all those other shows when he does the caddy of the day, because all the caddies in that golf course in Pattaya are like these really sexy Thai women, which is why there's a bunch of older men that come out there. And I'm like, even though I'm older, I was like, I don't want to do golf. That's boring. I said, as far as there being beautiful women there, that's cool, but you can find pretty women literally everywhere throughout Pattaya. I say, unless these are classier women, but they weren't really classier. Well, they were dressed classier because they have to be in a more moderate caddy type uniform. So it's not a bunch of tattoos and crazy makeup and acting ratchet. So you don't see that. But even some of these women that are, the caddies are like baby mamas and stuff. I'm like, I can I can get the baby mamas and the little sweet sexy women, assuming I was single, anywhere in Pattaya. I don't need to go to a golf course for that. And I say golf is just boring. I'd rather spend my time training Muay Thai, because it was literally just like all the old like it was just a bunch of like old fat guys at that golf course. BSK is in the house. Like I says, I'm a countryman. I love all kind of food as long as it doesn't eat me first. I'm only friends say, yep, tilapia with lime is fire. That's good. How does my wife like? I have to ask her how she might makes hers. But I think she usually fries hers. I think Michael says no. I'll be 39 in September 3rd. Okay, so I'm a September baby too. September 26th. Only friend says link up Michael Scott. I'll make a mean crawfish boil. Sarah says Michael Scott and only friend. What do you know about some low country boil? We show it out on the 4th every year. Love y'all. The only thing I do on the 4th, we like kind of be on the grill. That's my July the 4th, is being on the grill. Well, I don't usually be on the grill like usually everyone else will be. But since I'll be at my grandmother's house this July the 4th, I'm not sure what I'll be doing. I might just go out to eat. My only friends say, yeah, Maps is rough. They try hard to weed out anyone ASAP. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell him. I was like, that's why he needs to look at getting off the cigarettes now, either cold turkey or wean himself off. And then, like I said, if he needs it, probably look for a prescription to help him get off of it, like Wellbutrin or something like that. Sorry. Um, I don't know what I'm bad at because, like I said, I'm new at this, so I'm a novice at content creation. Michael says, okay, yes, Sarah. Michael says, I don't vote. I stay out of politics. Yeah, so up until like last year, I had become pretty politically apathetic too. However, even though I was politically apathetic, I still stay politically informed just because I still like to know what's going on, even if I'm not going to participate. What made me more participatory this election was that I just felt, well, I just thought that being a former progressive, that I was misled voting for the left for so long. Even though I was an independent, I was still voting as if I was a Democrat. And I was like, that kind of defeated the purpose of being a political independent. And that kind of drew me to being politically apathetic. But I was like, well, this election I can actually course correct. And that's what made me become supportive of Trump, because I saw it as a course correction for the mistakes I made in 2016 and 2020. Not to mention, those midterm elections. 2022 midterm I stayed out of, but the 2018 midterms, I was still voting as if I was a Democrat, although I was an independent. And it has not made anything better, neither locally nor on a federal level. So, um, what I would say is you can still be political and just not express your political opinions about things. Like I've said that I think a lot of these celebrities get things wrong by expressing their political opinions on things. Like The Rock is pretty smart. He doesn't really express too many strong political opinions on stuff. That's why he's one of the most popular celebrities. But once you start expressing your opinions, you're gonna have half the general public dislike you. So if I were like a bona fide celebrity, I wouldn't express my opinions on any political matters. Moonlit Furnace is positive and educational community here only. Yep, yep. Moonlit Furnace says I miss Ross Perot. Like I said, he messed up his own shot, Moonlit Furnace, because he like I said, he was a viable candidate back in '92. Like I don't. I get that um it the Democrats didn't want to run him as a Democrat against their own sitting president. But once he became an independent, I don't see why they couldn't have let him have his time on the stage with both him and Trump. And the only reason I think they're doing that is because one, most of mainstream media leans left, and two, knowing that they know that if he's to siphon off a lot of votes, it would probably be from Biden and not from Trump. Because otherwise, he should have been allowed to debate, and it would have been more lively to have the three of them debating instead of just the two. Because a lot of people were complaining they didn't want to see either two of those guys talking because they were incredibly old, and they thought that Biden was going to be incoherent, and they thought Trump was going to be dishonest. That was the general understanding amongst a lot of people, was they didn't want to see these two really old men get into a debate where one they thought was going to just keep lying, and the other one they thought was going to just keep ranting incoherently. And to give them both their due credit, it went a lot better than that. But if they had RFK on stage, I think he would have gave it a more interesting flair. Because remember, people were like, when Ross Perot did those debates with Bill Clinton and George Bush Sr., a lot of people saying Ross Perot had won the debate. So that could have been RFK's time to shine too. Well, for instance, then his son tried to, but was discarded. I don't remember Perot having a son that ran for office. At least I don't remember. He could have ran, but I don't remember. I was just saying Ross Perot did run twice, both in '92 and in '96. But because he dropped out of the '92 election, when it came to '96, people didn't have as much faith in him, so he lost. But this time he did stay in the race. Michael says, I got a question. I carry a firearm, but when I go in the military, should I sell my firearm? Because I think I can't take it with me. Um, I don't think you have to sell it, but yeah, you're not going to take it with you in training. Of course not. But once you come out of training, once you come out of boot camp and advanced training, if it's legal, then keep it with you, and then wherever you are stationed, assuming it's in the United States, if you're stationed somewhere in the United States, just get you know, your qualifying license in that respective state for that firearm. But I don't think there's no reason to sell it. Like I said, unless you're going overseas and you're not coming back, you might as well just keep it. Like I said, that's why I'm not buying any firearms. Like I said, the only thing I'm going to buy right now is a Glock 19 for my bug out bag, but I'm not going to start collecting firearms till I get overseas because it would be a waste of money here to buy them, and I can't take them with me overseas. One of the friends says, Michael, you need a concealed carry license, and they will issue a new firearm, so I wouldn't recommend bringing it. Yeah, I told him definitely don't bring it. But I said he doesn't have to sell it either. Just wait till he's out of training. Then, depending on where his permanent duty station is, find out. Because yeah, if just if you're gonna be living on on the installation, then I'm pretty sure you can't have it. But I wouldn't sell it until I know that it's just not going to be a possibility to have it wherever you are. But yeah, you can definitely get your concealed carry. Um, like I said, do whatever legal steps it would take to have that firearm in a particular place that you're stationed. Assuming again it's in the United States. Of course, if you go into like a combat field, you might get issued a firearm. Well, depending on what you do. Michael says in the state I live in, West Virginia, is constitutional carry. Yeah, I don't need carry license, um, except except for open carry and concealed carry without license. Empire State. I mean, in my state. Hmm. I didn't know West Virginia had constitutional carry, but can't say I'm surprised. I'm only, for instance, same in Florida, bro. Just saying, don't bring it to your recruitment. They might red flag you. Yeah, don't. Definitely do not bring any weapons, not knives, not guns. Don't bring any of that stuff with you. The only thing you can, I would say it'll be okay to bring with you is like a tactical flashlight. That's it. You can bring tactical flashlights anywhere. Michael Scott says, in my younger 20s, I used to live in Sarasota, Florida. But back to topic, Moonlit Fern says, I feel like we should be understood and respected like we do the younger generations. We love and respect, but we get misunderstood. True. It's just, I mean, it comes out of culture. Like, how many of these children come out of stable two-parent relationships instead of these broken families where they're raised by a single woman? And I'm not even just talking about black people here. I'm talking about white and Latino as well. Our our society does not reinforce traditional family values anymore. So a lot of these people are being raised by women. So and they don't know. So they don't know how to respect other people, particularly men, because most, I don't think straight men will put up a sign saying don't call us ladies and gentlemen, don't say sir and ma'am, stuff like that. Like, I think most straight men tend to be a little bit more conservative than women and homosexual men. Like, straight men tend to be more conservative than both LGBTQ men and women. So yeah, I'm always gonna be behind the comments, Michael. You'll get used to that. Like, to be able to read through the comments and scroll through them, I'm always gonna be like about 5 minutes behind. Only for instance, Gen X, not Z. Yeah, right. I was about to say. Yeah, I was about to say you're not Gen Z. You're like, you said you're like 41. I was like, there's no way you Gen Z. I figured that. Yeah, I figured that was a typo. But just in case, I was saying I don't have any problems with Generation Z per se. I just don't like the pretty blatant lack of respect they show to some. Not all of them. Some of them are really respectful, good kids. Now, I suspect that the more respectful ones are the ones who come from stable families. Only friend says, and you said it before about the hybrids from the late 70s and early 80s, but yeah, I think we had the best youth. I don't even see kids play outside. They stuck on Fortnite and TikTok. Yeah, and it's multiple reasons for that. For one, parents who do let their kids just go off and do their own thing are actually considered negligent parents now. So I've seen some parents actually complain that they can't even let their kids go out and have fun the way that they did when they were younger, because if so, they will be judged for being negligent parents. And then you have the others who are like these helicopter parents who are afraid of everything they see on the news, thinking that there's always some boogeyman outside about to jump off a tree branch to hurt their kid. And that's just this, the statistics don't even bear that out. So Michael says I was born in 1985 and on September 3rd. I'm not afraid to put my birthday out there. I'm not afraid of my age. Same. Moonlit Fern says I never heard we can't say ladies and gentlemen. Wow, that's odd to me. That's what I'm saying. It literally, I you guys know by now I don't make stuff up like that. Like, that's that's what that's what inspired me to do this topic today, because like I said, I've never seen an occasion where it was disrespectful to say ladies and gentlemen. If anything, I remember in the army they were telling us to do that. Like this young officer, like he literally just got commissioned, was telling everyone, hey, when you see a group of officers, he was saying don't call them sirs and ma'ams. And I try not to laugh at that. But he was like, yeah, you don't call them sirs and ma'ams. He said you refer to them as ladies and gentlemen. And some of the guys was like, we won't get in trouble, right? He said no. He said he said that's not even grammatical to say sirs and ma'ams. He said you say ladies and gentlemen. So that's that's just so funny, going from that to, hey, don't call people ladies and gentlemen and sir and ma'am. Don't say guys and gals. I think it also said, Moonlit Fern says, A, November 82, brother. Michael Scott says, heck yeah, 80s babies rise up. Moonlit Fern says, monarchy, Thailand is a kingdom. Yeah. And because of that, there's certain rules. Like, we all know certain things, like you better not step on the currency out there, because that's showing disrespect to the crown. You can get locked up for that or fined, if not both. Don't spit on the don't spit on the on the ground. Definitely not on the currency either. Do not show any sort of disrespect to the currency, as it's a reflection of the monarchy, of the king. When I first came there, that's when they were I think the last when I was there last, that's when they were coronating the new king. So I was asking people if they were. I asked a few locals, how they felt about that, and most of them seem to have some sort of pride in the fact of their new king or whatever. So Michael says, "Yep, I'll be 39 this year." Moonlit says, "I'll be 42." Michael says, "Still young. 42 is still young." Moonlit Fern says, "Fairies need love too. I guess no Diddy." I'm not doing it, but I remember they got. I think it was at a high school or middle school. Like they got chased out because they were causing some problems. I'm sorry if you're walking around like that, you have mental health issues. Because you would have got. We all know we're all of that age that we know that in our heyday in school, those sort of people would have got clowned. Like they would have just got roasted. Like they would have probably had to meet. They probably would have had to transfer schools after we got done with making fun of them. Woman friend says, "Thank you, Mike. I need to hear that." Yeah, man. We're, we're, we're a we're a younger 40s than the 40s from 30 years ago. The people who were in their 40s back 30 years ago look like they were in their 60s. So Michael says, "I don't know if you're a man or woman, so here's a good compliment. I bet you still look good too, Moonlit Fern." He's a dude. He's a dude. Moonlit Fern says, "I said Sinai, so the Air Force Base, they got loud helicopters, I think hand-me-downs from the USA. I don't, yeah, I don't think I saw Sinai while I was out there." Michael Scott says, "Nothing but respect coming out of me. That's the only thing I have to give." Moonlit also says, "Big love, Sarah. I'm Native American and Irish and French, so I'm kind of not really celebrating the 4th, but we eat good and I feed my neighbors too." So that's understandable. For me, like I said, I celebrate the 4th because, like, you know, I mentioned, um, what Juneteenth or whatever last month, but I was saying the longest for the longest period, it was actually black people who celebrate July 4th a lot because they weren't just celebrating America's Independence Day, they were celebrating their independence from slavery on July the 4th because, something they don't always talk about in American history, they, af, after, during the antebellum era, like after slavery ended, they were often um, kind of like influenced not to be a part of July the 4th celebrations because a lot of the Southerners at that time saw it as disrespectful that they got to celebrate July the 4th. And so, in typical reverse psychology, uh, that made them celebrate July the 4th even more strongly because it also started to represent their emancipation from slavery. So July the 4th has always been a big thing in the black community up until you start having these conscious, woke, Afrocentric, whatever you want to call them, folks who were saying, "Y'all shouldn't be celebrating July the 4th. We were still slaves back then. July the 4th ain't got nothing to do with black people." And I was like, and the fact that these people call themselves conscious or woke, and in case you guys didn't know, woke actually started off as a term in the black community, which meant like being being cognizant of the history of racial violence and police brutality. That's what originally woke meant coming out of the black community, and until it was co-opted by others. But in any case, these so-called woke or conscious brothers back then were telling people not to celebrate the 4th for the very reason that people actually like celebrating the 4th in the black community, which was that it did actually represent their free, that their emancipation from slavery. And I don't know how that escaped the minds of some of these conscious and Afrocentric guys. But even with Juneteenth going around, I still don't think it's going to replace that long history of a lot of black people being kind of enthusiastic about the 4th. And of course, yeah, if you have an indigenous background, I can see why you'll be more apprehensive about July the 4th, because it can also be seen as sort of um, leading to the eventual genocide of Native Americans. But, you know, natives have fought for America since the beginning of the country as well. I mean, obviously before the, the country began, but I meant like in all America's wars, we've had natives fighting on our side. Like they fought with us in the French, and they fought both with and against us in the French and Indian Wars. They fought both with and against us in the Revolutionary War. Actually, it was the Native Americans that taught the American colonists how to fight how to do asymmetric fighting techniques, which we now have incorporated into military strategy. But it was the natives that taught us asymmetric fighting methods. They fought with us again in the War of 1812. They fought with us in a civil war, and even within the Indian Wars, there were some of them who fought aside us in the Indian Wars, which I don't know why I call it the Indian Wars, because these were like multiple skirmishes within the 100 years of America's early history. But that, and then we obviously had natives fight with us in World War One and World War Two. World War Two, famously, we know of the Navajo Wind Talkers. Um, and then in, of course, like Korean War, Vietnam War, the Persian Gulf Wars. When I was in training, there was a Native American guy, and I think he was Navajo. I think he was Navajo. Can't remember, but I remember some guy being disrespectful to him, and this Puerto Rican guy came up and defended him because well, Puerto Ricans are part indigenous too. So the Puerto Rican guy, he was like, "How dare you disrespect that man? He's like, he's a native, such and such and such." He's like, "Get that man some respect." Tim Durbridge says, "Hi, I'm from New Zealand. Can't believe how much you guys in the U.S. pay for prescriptions. We get all medicines for free here." Man, don't don't convince me of a good time of coming out there. Like some of us go to Canada just for free healthcare, or some of us, Tim, a lot of us here in America who have the money will actually do medical tourism. Like we'll go overseas to other countries just to receive medical procedures that we can't afford here. So trust me, we know. I'm only, for instance, I do get drunk though. I mean, that's no issue. As long as you're doing it somewhere safe. Like I always tell a lot of people in my passport bro groups not to go to these bars and get drunk in places that seem kind of sketchy. Especially I was saying, if you do drink, don't buy open don't buy open drinks. Only buy closed bottle drinks so you can make sure that they're not um they haven't been messed with. Michael says, "I got something for each and every one of you guys in here. May God bless you and your family and friends. May you live a long, good life, and much love to each and every one of you." Thank you. Moonlit Fern says, "Hydrate, brother. Loving the plaque and the picture on the wall." Thank you. Don't mind the Obama one. Like I said, every black every black grandparent has a picture of Obama on the wall. And there's another one up here in the front too. Let me show you, let me show you this one. She doesn't have this one on the wall. I think she must have taken it down. I don't know if you can see that. But yeah, um, I dig this too because, like I said, I knew my grandfather was was a veteran, but I did not know he was literally like in the infantry and during the Korean War. So he was out there like putting it in. Only Ferris says, "Don't Google Clinton's kill count." Michael says, "I carry a Ruger EC9S. It's a 9 millimeter." So is that good for concealed carry? Devin Malloy says, "What's up, bro? My Beretta goes everywhere with me." So you must live in one of those states where you can take it everywhere with you. I'm in Maryland. I'm definitely not in one of those places. My friend keeps telling me to get concealed. Well, both of my two of my friends are telling me to get concealed carry. One of them is an actual licensed firearm instructor. I'm pretty sure he's watching right now. Shout out, to him. But only reason I haven't did it, I hadn't gotten one already is like I said, I don't plan on staying in the country long enough to take advantage of my concealed carry. But I've been heavily thinking about it. I was saying, depending on how things go in August, I might get one. Although I'm not worried about, obviously, I'm not worried about MAGA and stuff like that here in Maryland because one, I actually do support Trump, and two, there's not going to be any sort of political violence here in Baltimore. Maybe in D.C., not in Baltimore. Um, like I said, also like I said, a lot of the firearms are the same price it would be to like take a nice trip somewhere. So I'd rather just do that. That would be more therapeutic. And then, like I said, I'll start collecting overseas because that's where I'm going to stay. So I might as well collect where I'm going to actually stay as opposed to here, and then have to end up selling them at a loss. One of the friends says they love Berettas. They got amazing pieces and I like compound bows a lot. There, so the guy I was telling you guys to check out if you're into learning more about survivalism, prepping, and bushcraft skills, named David Canterbury. He actually developed a school for people who are into prepping and survivalism called the Pathfinder School. He has a new video up that talks about um, like a sort of like compound bow for survivalists, and I think he said it was like under $50. So I need to check out that video myself. Plus, I like his content. So shout out to David Canterbury if anyone has ever heard of him. If not, check him out. If you like my stuff I talked about with my bug out bag, he'll have way more interesting stuff to talk about when it comes to bug out bags and all sorts of bushcraft and survivalism skills. Michael says, like I said, I was born in '85. I'll call you as I see it. If you were born as a man, I'm born as a woman. I'm going to call you that. Um, he says, since I was born in '85, we can tell it like it is. Yeah, I mean, just make sure you're, again, we also have to always remember when in Rome. That don't mean you should lose your self-identity in the process, though, but, just to get along with how things are. Like I said, because of that sign, I was conscious not to refer to the person that was helping me as ma'am. And I'm not even sure if it was biologically a woman. So it was kind of a safe bet because I really wasn't even sure what that librarian was. It came off as a unattractive woman, but that could have easily been because it was a biological man. I'm not sure. But we had a good interaction. She helped me, or he helped me find what I needed, and not a big deal. Kenwood is back. He says I have a Keltec. Devin says Kenwood, the double barrel shotgun Keltec. Keltec. See, I need to know more about the shotties, guys, because for a while I wasn't into them, but then I keep telling the story. There was this one I saw for like $75 at this place I was at, and I keep kicking myself for not buying it, especially since I could have walked out with it that very day. So, Mama says shush. Michael says I'm old school. I grew up with it, with Eazy-E and Tupac, Biggie, Smalls, N.W.A. Mama Fern says same, and Bone Thugs and Outkast. Devin says I was born just after Easy and N.W.A., but I love that music. Michael says Bone Thugs and Harmony was my favorite. Only Fern says I have all respect for that, but it was a men's mental health month, and I feel the alphabet community took over the whole month. So no, so I think you were in the chat earlier when I said this. If not, I'll just repeat it. So I learned several days ago the actual men's mental health month, awareness month, was actually purposefully put on the same month as Pride Month because of the recognition that a lot of people in the LGBTQ community have a lot of underlying mental health issues, which makes sense because when we're talking about that, we're generally talking about men who want to identify either as women or as non-binary or as third gender, or all these other sorts of terms they have for basically saying that they don't want to be masculine men. But in any case, a lot of those people in that community have mental health issues. So that's why Men's Mental Health Awareness Month was purposefully put on the same month as Pride Month to sort of, I guess, influence those same sort of people to recognize their health issues. So that was intentionally done. But we don't have to recognize both. Like, we can recognize one or the other. Like, you guys know, for the whole month, I really didn't do any celebrations of Pride Month. Not that I have anything against it, but that wasn't within my particular field of interest. I should put that, so I should say. Michael says the reason why I want to join the army, I want to go into combat, I want to go fight, kick butt, and ask questions later. I mean, if you want to be 11 Bravo or one of the other 11 series, go for it. But like I said, remember, like I said, the 3 areas of combat fitness you need to be focusing on. Like, I would say you have 2 of the 3. So, like I said, cardiovascular endurance, I think you're handling that every day by doing the rucking. And then you said you hit the gym every weekend twice. So I guess you're doing the strength training. I said also make sure you're doing your muscular endurance. Because like I said, if you're doing your strength training correctly, that's not going to be muscular endurance. However, a lot of people do their strength training incorrectly. Like, pretty much, if you're doing more than 8 reps, then you're doing muscular endurance, not strength. Like, strength should be like 8 reps or less, ideally. So I have to remind myself of that too when I hit the gym, because most of the time I'm just doing calisthenics here at home. So when I'm at the gym, I want to just concentrate purely on strength, unless I'm doing something that has to involve muscular endurance, like push-ups or pull-ups. Like, I might do that at the very end, like either pull-ups or push-ups. But everything else is strictly strength, which is how much weight, how much weight load I can carry 8 reps or less. So you have those 3 aspects of combat fitness, and you're good. And I would try to kick the cigarette habit too, because that's definitely gonna hurt you when it comes to endurance. And like I said, once you go to MEPS, they're gonna look for ways to weed you out. Michael says, I don't see race and I don't see color as my agenda. I love everyone. Mona Friend says, I'm Mi'kmaq. We fought for USA and we met Vikings before the British and we helped them. Mi'kmaq. Oh, so isn't that one of the people of the, because I think So there's this PBS um, channel on YouTube about indigenous people, and I think the host is. I think he said he was. I think he said he was Mohawk and Micmac. So are Micmac part of the Haudenosaunee people? I'm only for instance, I love the UK, but I understood they made all of our tribes go against each other, but we still show love. Yep. He said, "Yeah, you speak truth." No, I don't drink it. I only drink it at home. Yeah, I was telling people because people were going even to the Philippines. There was a guy who I knew was literally a former counter counterintelligence officer in the army. He told me he went to a bar and they spiked his drink, and then they took him outside and beat him up. And he said because his girlfriend was with him and she was screaming because she thought they killed him. And he said he later called the police and they tried to arrest him for causing the disturbance. And he said luckily he had his permanent residence status in the Philippines. So he was like getting your permanent residence status in the Philippines was like a saving grace. Like you're basically treated like as a I don't know if he said foreign diplomat or just like you have like a heightened status in the Philippines if you have the permanent residence, which I wish I did get years ago. But I'll definitely be doing that when I go back. But like when he handed me his card and it said former counterintelligence officer, I'm like, you should have known better. Like someone who works in intelligence should know that you should not be drinking at sketchy bars in third world countries. That's just so against like our sense and for operational security. Like even if you are a veteran, like I still wouldn't do that. Like people like there's spies who intentionally go to sketchy bars just to find sketchy people to hire them to do things. Um, but it's like if you do go to one of these little janky bars, you should not be buying open drinks. You should only get closed bottle drinks so that they haven't been tampered with. Like I said, you would think a counterintelligence officer would understand something like that. Similarly, for instance, like right now, I don't go to bars, not trustworthy. Exactly. Unless you go in there to get some Kit Kat, and even then, make sure that Kit Kat doesn't have a third bar in it. But, Muller, for instance, I don't have hate on Obama. I just don't like his wife. Oh, you don't like Michael Obama? The reasons I don't okay, so the reasons I don't like him is just because I found him to be disingenuous. Like back in '07, '08, I was as hyped as anyone was for him. Like he was a young candidate, so that was refreshing. Two, he was coming off as a legitimate progressive, which he wasn't. That was complete. He was disingenuous coming off as a progressive candidate. Three, I think he used his eloquence in a way to like trick people into thinking he actually stood for something. And once he was in office, he was just another neoliberal candidate. And this is what drove people in 2016 to populist candidates like Trump and Bernie. They were tired of these neoliberal establishment candidates. This is why both parties worked so hard against those populist candidates. Originally, the Republicans did not want Trump. They were trying to prior a financial ruin and financially bailed the DNC out. So they pretty much had bought the DNC and had ensured their success. Like it was already assumed when Hillary before, as soon as Hillary announced her running, that she would be the front runner, and she carried it like that all the way through until she realized Bernie was a genuine threat. Um, But again, back to Obama, like I said, he was disingenuous. He came off as this progressive candidate, but he wasn't. He was a neoliberal. He was just another neoliberal who just knew how to talk and walk like a progressive. This is when I cared about being a progressive, before it became all about victimhood and identity politics. But when in office, like, they called him the deporter in chief. Everyone gives Trump shit about the border for locking up children, all this sort of stuff. Obama was doing that stuff, and in bigger numbers than Trump was, because he was in office for 8 years. He was called the deporter in chief. He was carrying on his little secret drone wars in places like Yemen and Somalia and Afghanistan and Syria. And his drone wars, these weren't against like foreign targets. Foreign adversaries. These were civilians. Some of them U.S. civilians. Like, some of them were U.S. civilians. They have been, like U.S. civilians of Middle Eastern stock, but these were U.S. civilians. He led a campaign to arrest whistleblowers in the government. Most of his administration were people he picked from Wall Street, which probably explains why he was invited to the one of those little Bilderberg secret meetings. Like, pretty much everyone in his, like I said, in his campaign were coming out of Wall Street. It was like, this is the progressive. And it came out in the Washington Post that he was okaying black operations, like black ops, that even Bush wouldn't approve during his during his administration. But he got the Nobel Peace Prize. So, like, how do you get the Nobel Peace Prize when you're a war hawk? Like, that doesn't make sense. I was like, in that case, they may as well give Bush a Nobel Peace Prize if you're gonna give Obama one. He didn't ramp down none of those Middle Eastern wars. He led surges, and like I said, on top of that, he did his little drone wars where he was killing civilians. How do you get a Nobel Peace Prize when you are leading a drone war killing civilians and okaying black op missions that were considered too risque even for President Bush, who was even defying the Patriot Act, the very act that he helped put into law. He was going beyond the Patriot Act, and even this man wouldn't approve some of those things that Obama was okaying as black operation missions. I'm like, are you serious? And he gets the Nobel Peace Prize, and it was never recalled from him, simply because he was like the first black president. And then another thing that annoyed me was he calling himself the first black president, and he's not. He's not black American. His father wasn't black American. His father was a Kenyan immigrant, right? And his mom was a white woman from like Oklahoma or somewhere who was living in Hawaii. So he never even lived within the continental U.S. He lived in Hawaii. No disrespect to any of our Hawaiians who may be watching, but Hawaii is not really a state. I'm sorry. It is a state legally, like de jure, it's a state, but culturally it's not a state. Let's be real. Culturally it's not a state. Like, it's all the way on the other side of the ocean. Like, it's farther than Alaska. So, I'm sorry. If we're going to consider Hawaii state, so is Guam. Okay? So is Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands and American Samoa. They may as well all be states too, because they're all in that little region of the Pacific. But yeah, and then outside of living in Hawaii, he spent some time in Indonesia because his mom remarried an Indonesian man who became his stepfather, so they lived some time in Indonesia. So much so that he actually learned how to speak fluent Indonesian. If you guys don't remember, when he was in office, he actually held a meeting in Indonesia, and they welcomed him because he could speak fluent Bahasa Indonesian, which is the national language. Was it Bahasa Indonesian? That's like the national language there. He could speak that fluently because he lived there for a number of years. Like the first time he lived in the continental U.S. was when he lived in California because he was going to Occidental College for his first 2 years of college. Then he transferred to Columbia University in New York to finish out his undergrad. And the first time he even dealt with actual Black American people was when he became a community activist in Chicago. And let's be honest, the only reason he became a community activist was to pad his resume when he went on to join Harvard Law. Because, being a community activist is not a career. He did that for like 2 years, maybe 3, but I think 2 years after he left undergrad and then went to Harvard Law. And in that time, he probably only dated 1 or 2 Black women. I don't care. I don't date Black women anymore either, so I'm not gonna hold that against him. My thing was he just wasn't a Black American because, like I said, neither one of his parents were Black American. His father was a Black African guy from Kenya who was an immigrant. So, to me, he's not Black. Sorry for that rant, but since Movement Fern had brought up Obama, it's just like I just don't like him because, like I said, he disguises. He for the reasons I just mentioned, and overall, like I said, he uses his eloquent way of speaking to cover very bad political arguments. So, Moment first says that dang, he was in the Korean War. I'm taking a shot for Pops, man. Big love. Thank you. Yeah. See if I can post that a little bit. Yep, the Korean War. It's funny. One of my mother's friends used to joke and say she was a Korean War baby. I guess because she has slanted eyes. So, and she has like more pretty hair. I guess how they talk about in the Black community, pretty hair. So my mom looks like that. So her friend, who passed away a number of years ago, used to say she was a Korean War baby. Basically implying she was like half Korean, half Black. Michael says, I registered to vote for one time. To vote for Obama. Yes, I did vote for Obama. No biggie. Like, I was for him too back in 2008. Now, about 2012, I was getting a little bit leery of him, to be honest. But I still would have voted for him at the time if I went out to vote. I just didn't. But I definitely backed him politically, both in 2008, 2012. Pepper Mount Aries stopped by and say hello and hit the like button. Thanks, Pepper. What you say his name is again? You talking about my grandfather? His name is Ben Richardson, but I don't know who you were referring to. Michael Scott said you could conceal carry and open carry in the state of West Virginia, constitutional carry. So yes. So wait, do you guys have both concealed carry and constitutional carry? Because I thought you had either one or the other. Like you either have concealed carry or you have constitutional carry, but not both. Because constitutional carry, I thought was just like a broader. I know, guys, don't eat me up on these definitions because I really don't know. So you feel free to edify for me. But yeah, I felt like like you either have concealed carry in a state or constitutional carry, and constitutional carry was the one where you don't have to have a permit for it. I thought that was the difference, more or less. Devin Malloy says, plus I just moved from Las Vegas where even the nice quote unquote neighborhoods got shot up. Yeah. Moonlit Fern says, Michael, remember USA is a young country still in the grand scheme of things. Very young country with an overpowered military, so it's all perspective and a gumbo of different cultures and people. And you say, yeah, be safe, Devin. Vegas is like Fallout. I didn't know Vegas was that bad. That probably explains why my friends, I have a friend, he's Vietnamese, his wife is Chinese, and they moved back to Maryland. And he kept saying for like the last 3 or 4 years, he's like, man, we moving back here. He said, it's not that great out here. But he kept saying he hated it because of the weather and stuff like that. He never really mentioned he never really mentioned violence though. He just kept saying that it was becoming too dry and hot in Vegas. That was his main complaint to me. He never really mentioned like the violence. If anything, I heard that it was pretty conservative out there in Vegas. Michael said, I grew up with shooting firearms with my dad since I was 9. Okay. Devin says, yeah, that's why I moved to Texas. It feels a lot safer. Most people here will leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Or as I put it, don't show me yours, I won't show you mine. No Diddy. Yeah, so I think in a state where everyone is carrying, there's going to be more respect. Like I said, it's sort of like the days of old when everyone carried a sword. You're not going to just pop off on someone when you know they can just as easily impale you as you can impale them. There's going to be a modicum of respect amongst two people who understand that both of but that each other can hurt. There's like Kevin Samuel, like the late great Kevin Samuels used to say, there's always an implied level of threat between men, and I think that's made more explicitly so in a place where both people are carrying weapons. Like there's not just an implied level of threat, there's an actual level of threat for just blatant disrespect that you don't see in those sorts of states as compared to up north in places where there are very strict laws on not just firearms but on issues of self-defense and stuff like that. Like places where, like let's just be honest, like in certain blue cities and places like that where there's very strict gun laws, people tend to be more pussies and tend to be more sassy. Men tend to be more sassy towards other men because they can get away with it without violent repercussions. Like you just not gonna be sassy to another man in Texas like the way you are on the subway in New York. Like you sit there and try to get sassy with another grown man in somewhere like Texas or Utah or something like that, you probably gonna get the the taste slapped out of your mouth. Moonlit Friend says, fine identifies an elephant starting today. Full elephant. Shout out Ganesh. Michael says, yeah, I'm too old to join the Marines, so I have to join the Army. Don't think that the Army is going to be a cakewalk, buddy, because, like I said, after they start putting that new combat fitness test, although the standards for passing that combat fitness test aren't very hard for someone who's in shape, that is. And they made it so because so many women weren't being able to pass it. Congress actually stepped in and said, all right, well, you have to make these standards easier so that women can pass. And they removed the pull-up requirement. Like they only had to literally do like one pull-up, and instead they replaced that with a different exercise. Now, for people who are still in combat military specialties, they're still expected to have a higher standard on the combat fitness test. But for non-combat related military specialties, the new combat fitness test is probably easier than the classic physical fitness test. which was just, push-ups, sit-ups, and a 2-mile run. C.D. Johnson says Army Infantry Boot Camp is 16 weeks. Yeah, I mean, they extended the new Army Boot Camp an extra week. But someone on here was telling me that although they extended an extra week, that just meant like 2 weeks in reception instead of 1 week. And I was like, wait, why would they extend reception for 2 weeks? I would be bored out of my mind for 2 weeks in reception. Like 1 week was long enough because about the third day, you got nothing to do. Like you got all your vaccinations, you got all your TA-50, your equipment. At this point, you're just like sitting around waiting to go to start boot. So I hope that's not true. That the extended week they have now in the Army boot camp is 2 weeks in reception. So that just seems like that would be really boring. Devin says I almost went to the Navy for underwater EOD, but the recruiter told me they would send me to the front lines because Obama just expanded the war to Syria. I said no thanks. Yeah, I mean, certain things recruiters will tell you. Sometimes you gotta take it with a grain of salt, though. Like, I remember the first job I wanted to take when I switched over from Air Force to Army was I wanted to be an interrogator, and it was going to be for specifically Russian interrogator. And the guy said, I wouldn't do that if I was you. He said that so-called interrogation is they just going to teach you to torture people. I was like, oh damn. I said, yeah, well, never mind that. He said, plus you got to take the DFAC language or whatever, like the made up military language test, and he had to score like over 90%. I think he said like over 95% to get passing on that test. If not, they're going to push you into a different military specialty. Later on, a friend of mine said that wasn't true, that they would still keep you on even if you didn't get a passing score on that language test. However, I'm not sure, but recruiters can push you out of things. Well, like when I was going to re-enlist and I was considering going to South Korea, and I was like, do you think this would be a good tour, a good permanent duty station? He was like, it can be. He said, because it's your first time there, he's like, you don't know if you're going to be stationed somewhere nice like around Seoul, Korea, or if you're going to be on the DMZ line. So he was like, honestly, I wouldn't do that as my first overseas tour. He said maybe as your second or third. He said, but don't do that as your first because you don't know where you're going to be stationed. But I wish I didn't listen to him and I picked that, because I think I ended up picking, what was it, Fort Pick? I think it was Fort Pick in Louisiana. I think it was Fort Pick, because it wasn't Fort Campbell. I think it was Fort Pick. And long story short, I didn't end up going there either, but he was telling me I should either do like Fort Campbell, Fort Pick, or Fort Lewis in Washington State. And he was like, Fort Lewis is good, he said, but he says it's an expensive place to live out there. But if anything, if I wasn't going to go to Korea, Fort Lewis probably would have been better too. Like the two places he kind of told me I shouldn't do were probably the best places I could have went. So you gotta take what they tell you as a grain of salt when they tell you shouldn't pick a certain job. It depends. It depends on the recruiter. Some of them are more level-headed than others. So, Mullet Fern says, Michael, go artillery. We have fun toys, but don't have a tank. But don't call a tank a tank. You have to say cannon, or your drill sergeant going to kick your ass, and focus on cardio. You will do a lot of walking and carrying. Yeah, that's what I'm telling him. He needs to do a lot more endurance. Like I said, the rucking is good, but I would still get in some runs and make sure he's doing calisthenics, because strength training is good, but because you're going to wear heavy equipment, but it's also the ability to be able to carry that equipment over a long period of time, which is actually muscular endurance, not strength. So you need both. So you need all three aspects of your combat fitness, you know, your cardio endurance, your muscular endurance, and your physical strength. Michael says, yeah, for real, tell me 16 weeks. I can do 16 weeks there and nothing. Moonly Fair says, Micmac are from Nokia, Nova Scotia, and northern Maine. When the French came, half of my tribe moved to Louisiana, and that's where Cajuns were made French and native. Oh, that's interesting. Michael says, boot camp is 4 months. That's something I can do. I was raised by a Marine. Only friend says, yep, don't leave the barracks looking for bars. Be real safe and pour your own drink. Yep. Michael said, I used to drink when I turned 33. I kicked it. My favorite drink of choice was Crown Royal. I grew up on moonshine, so I can handle any liquor. It's not about handling any liquor. We're talking about like when you're in some of these little third world countries, there are people in these bars that will spike your drinks because they're working with other associates that will take you out and rob you. That's what we're talking about. So, uh, Moonlit Friend says, haha. He said, Michael Obama. Thank you so much. I'm laughing too hard. You made me cry. Yeah, you haven't seen those memes where they like, yeah, if you haven't seen those memes, they're hilarious. He's out, but shut up. So Michael Scott said, yeah, Michael Obama. When I found that out, I lost my mind. Yeah, that was hilarious. Plus, you guys remember that 2 years ago, there was some folks, some more credible than others, claiming that Obama was a rainbow rider. So that was another thing. Like 2 years ago, there were some claims that before Obama married Michelle, aka Michael, that he was a rainbow rider. So Emily Francis preach that truth, real talk. Emily Francis, Cheney is a real devil, and you know that I'm not religious. You mean like Dick Cheney? Michael says, I guess it's okay to be gay in the White House. Let's be honest. There's been gay people in the White House in the past. Let's just say that. We don't need to point fingers, but let's just say there's been some people who today would be considered part of the LGBTQ2SPIAA community who have been in the White House. I'll say that much. Devin says Trump's going to win in a landslide after he debated that potato a few nights ago. Yeah, the sad thing is both people on the left and the right agreed that Trump won. So there's a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth going on the left. Like I said, the left is divided right now. Like you have half of them saying, "Well, yeah, Biden lost, but we shouldn't vote based on the outcome of the debate." That's fair. I don't agree, but that's fair. Then the other half is saying, "Man, this guy Biden did so poorly. We still got a chance to swap him out for someone better." And I'm like, you're basically just admitting that you guys are going to lose at this point because there's no way in hell that at the 11th hour the DNC is going to swap him out. That's just not going to happen. They're not going to swap out the sitting president unless he himself decided that he was dropping out, and that's not he just he doesn't have the sense to do that. You would think he would. Like I said, he seems so frail nowadays. Like he's someone's great grandfather. Like I've said a number of times, I'll still say it. He should just leave and he should just leave office as a one-term president with the dignity and grace of being a former president instead of losing, the second time around. Because like I said, he's been trying to be president since the 80s, guys. He ran and he was almost a Democratic frontrunner in '88. but things happened because of claims that he had embellished his educational career and some other things. So he dropped out. But he's been trying to run for presidential office since the 80s. And he's finally gotten there, and now he's going to lose it. He's going to lose it. But if he stepped down with grace, he'll be known as just a one-term president who has some tumultuous things go on during his presidency. But hey, he at least he got to leave on his own terms. But now he's not going to leave on his own terms. He's going to get kicked out the same way George Bush Sr. did. Mullen, for instance, Snowden should be pardoned amongst many others. Absolutely. Like I said, the whole thing Obama did with going against whistleblowers was, to me, anti-American. Plus, the way they treated Julian Assange, like, just last week he signed a plea deal with the U.S. so that he won't face any prison time, because he just got released from British prison and came out and signed that plea deal with the U.S. so he wouldn't get extradited here and be put in prison. And I don't agree with how he's treated. Like, people say, well, he was giving up secrets and sort of. Okay, sure, that's fair. However, if he was basically acting in the role of a journalist, so if you're going to do that to him, then they should also do that to the editors of the New York Times and the editors of the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal and USA Today, because they all published the same sort of information that Julian Assange was getting from whistleblowers. Like, he didn't steal that leaked information. He was given that information from whistleblowers. And so were these other, like I said, so were these other publications. It's just that he published his online through WikiLeaks, whereas a lot of them were exposing the same sort of information, but through more mainstream news sources. So it's just unfair the way they treat him all this time. For a long time, remember, he was like holed up in Ecuador, and then Edward Snowden's been in Russia for like the last 15 years or 16 years or whatever. Michael says our government needs to get back to its qualities: by the people, for the people. We run this country. We the people. We vote whom we want in there. Show the country. So the country needs to not to forget that. Devin Malloy says you should replace your Obama picture now. You told a lot of truth just now. That's not mine. That's not. So you weren't in the chat earlier. I'm at my grandparents' house. This is not my house. And I was joking earlier, Devin, that every old black person has a picture of Obama on the wall, and I was like, that's literally that is literally the case right there. Like, every old person has a picture of Obama on the wall, and like I said, Chris Rock even made this joke like 12 years ago, something like that. He's like, you go to an old black person's house, and they be, look here, baby, right there, that Jesus, that's Martin Luther King Jr., and that is President Obama. Like, that's, I'm telling you, I'm not joking. Go to any old black person's house. They all got a picture of Obama, and they probably got like a picture of like of of a Roman looking Jesus, and maybe of Martin Luther King. I think she does have a. Sam Martin. I don't know if we have one here in the lip. I don't know if we have here one in the den, but I think there is a picture of Martin Luther King Jr. either in the living room upstairs or in her room up in her bedroom. But there's definitely a picture of Martin Luther King somewhere. She doesn't have any Jesus pictures us because she's not. Well, my grandmother's, I guess, more of a Black Baptist. My other grandmother, she had white Jesus everywhere on the wall because she was and she was a Catholic, but I don't think she still was. My uncle actually joined the priesthood for a short while, then left, and then joined the army. Um, I didn't even know you could just leave the priesthood like that, but whatever. And then after the army, he was, I don't know what sort of work he did, if he was working at all. Then he joined the police force. Then we haven't heard of him. We haven't seen or heard of him for 20 years. And I mean literally haven't heard of him in 20 years. Like he missed my grandmother's funeral. So I don't know what happened. The consensus between my older sister and I is that he's probably avoiding the family, specifically my father, whom I'm now avoiding as well. But off of that, point is that's not my Obama picture, buddy. I know you had to hear my tirade earlier about why I don't like that man. I don't. So that's not my picture. None of these are. These are family members. These are Obama. Obama's not my family member. He's not even, like I said, he's not even the, I don't even consider him a black person, but whatever. To me, he's just a tether. So is Kamala Harris. She's a tether. When I say tether, tethers are people who are like people of black African ancestry, but come to America and don't have the who aren't really part of the black American community and don't kind of represent our interests. So that's what we mean by tether. When we call certain people tethers, they usually people of African ancestry that come either from Africa, Latin America, or the West Indies. So only for instance, again, we both army, no killing women or children, and no soldier left behind. Obama, Kenyan. I agree with all of that, 100%. Devin says, and it's only a part, exactly. Only for instance, not Devin, it's a family thing. Michael says, don't forget people, Americans, we run this country. We the people, by the people, for the people, don't forget it. Only for instance, when Obama came to Thailand, he was all over you know who, and I was like, hell no, you can Google the pictures. Wait, he was all over? No, wait, you can't leave like that. Who's you know who? Are we talking about a Decepticon? Are we talking about a Decepticon or what are we talking about? So I forgot he came to Thailand, but I don't remember what happened or why. Was this was this was this during the whole crisis with the military coup back like 10 years ago when they had the little military coup? Because I remember only reason one of the reasons I remember that is that was when Taylor Swift was supposed to come out there, and my wife and I were talking about that because she's a huge Swiftie. I even have videos of her doing Swiftie stuff in my on my channel if you guys want to check that out. But Thailand has been trying to push to get her to come there because for right now, it seems Singapore has kind of gotten the fair share of performers. Like a lot of performers don't come to a lot of places in East Asia, but when they do, it's typically Singapore and Japan. So, well, and when I say Japan, like usually just Tokyo, not Osaka, not Fukuoka, not Okinawa, to Tokyo. So, um, those like usually the only places a lot of the big name celebrities will stop. Now they have been in the Philippines before though, um, and I think even Taylor has been in the Philippines for like minor shows. I'm not sure because my wife says she won't perform in the Philippines because she was saying the platform they offer her wasn't big enough to do her shows. And I was like, with all due respect to your lady Taylor Swift, if Prince, Madonna, and Michael can perform in the Philippines, I'm pretty damn sure Taylor Swift can. I was like, all three of them at the height of their careers was bigger than Taylor Swift. So you're gonna tell me her performance can't be done there, but theirs can? I don't know. But she's the fan, guys, not I. So let's just be clear about that. In any case, um, getting back to the comments. Devin says, oh, I didn't know it was a family thing. Only first thing I meant is it's his family homes. Yeah, yeah. So But yeah, this is not my place. Michael says the Second Amendment stands for to keep our government in check for being a political government, so we the people can stand up and protect our country. I think there's two aspects of the Second Amendment. One is obviously it was a hedge against tyranny, and it's funny how people try to make fun of that today. Like, oh, what's a bunch of guys with guns going to do against a military who has drones? Yes, I get that. However, when we're talking about in just practical day to day interactions, yes, having a fully armed household will definitely make you quite formidable just as a practical, like, yeah, you're not going to fight the military like head on, but a fully armed household is quite a formidable presence, let's be honest. And then aside from the Second Amendment also being a hedge on government tyranny, there's also the other aspect that is kind of it kind of bolsters the First Amendment. If the First Amendment is all about, you know, the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and all these other things, you have to have something like the Second Amendment to bolster that, because, often it is the case that the person who the person who ensures peace is the guy who holds the bigger stick. So it's a I think the the Second Amendment has always had that sort of dual role, even if it hasn't been explicitly fleshed out in those terms. But I think because you have a lot of people who are these big ACLU First Amendment type folks who also who disdain people who are lovers of the Second Amendment. And I'm like, if you're consistent, whether you're a patriot, someone who loves the Bill of Rights, someone who's into constitutional law, or someone who's really into classical liberal type beliefs, which would be heavily impinged on the First Amendment, then you should recognize how the Second Amendment bolsters the First Amendment. I mean, if you look at them, you see that they are coherent with each other. But a lot of people don't for political reasons. But anyway, I don't want to go into that tangent. Only for instance, beautiful plaque, much respect. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Needle retracted her statement. I was curious what she said. Kenwood 709 says, I love constitutional carry in Arizona. So, guys, did I get that right? Is the difference between constitutional carry and... Because my friend had explained it to me like a month ago, and I forgot. But I thought that the difference between constitutional carry and concealed carry, by and large, was that constitutional carry doesn't require a permit. But I don't... Excuse my ignorance on that, guys. Michael says, I believe in our rights should not be infringed. I'm for the people. Devin says, in Texas, constitutional carry means you can conceal carry without a license, but it's still called concealed because you can also open carry. Okay. Okay. So constitutional carry includes open carry, and it is, like you said, I mean, like I was thinking that it means you can do it without a license. So I knew I was right about that, but I was wondering if open carry, but I thought that open carry and constitutional carry was still like two different things in the same state. Like you can open carry, but then if you open carry, you have to have a license. But constitutional carry, you didn't have a license. That's what I thought was the difference between them and concealed carry. Only Furnace says, also, Michael, we are allowed arms against tyrannical governments. Yeah, well, you guys saw I mentioned that. Michael says, yes, we can conceal carry a constitutional carry in the state of West Virginia as long as if you're older 21. Michael Scott says you don't need license, can still carry or open carry in the state of West Virginia. Oh, you keep retracting, Miss Needle. I'm curious whatever you had to say, as long as it's appropriate, I'll be, genuinely interested in hear your thoughts, if you like. If not, that's fine. Also, guys, if you want to share something but you just not want to put it in the chat room, my my socials are in my description, so you can reach me by email, or you can reach me on my Facebook um, account that's attached to this channel, or my Instagram that's attached to this channel. So those are three ways you can reach me, by private message. Um, and like I said, I do also have my links to my ways you can donate to my group if you like. I mean, I have Cash App, Venmo, Buy Me a Coffee. When I get monetized, I think I'm going to start doing some merch too, that like T-shirts that say "Just a Contrarian," and maybe a coffee mug too that says "Just a Contrarian." I have my wife's friends who have their own little um, store for doing those sort of things. So I'm pretty sure they'll be more than happy to supply me with my merch. So once I'm monetized, I can do that, and I can actually promote that through the channel. But anyway, so Michael Scott says, "Damn right about that. You ain't wrong. West Virginia, we like our guns, so yes, it's the same way as Texas." Michael Scott says, "Miss Neal, you look very beautiful and you're very smart." I can't see her avatar or her icon, so I wouldn't be able to tell. Moonlit Friend says they would have sent you to Guantanamo to interrogate hostiles. I'm glad you didn't. That's dark and full PST for real, real. Yeah, yeah. So like I said, the recruiter was joking. He said, "Man, you don't want to be in a Russian interrogator." He said, they're gonna teach you a dialect of Russian. He said they're gonna force you to torture people. I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. He's like, plus you might not get the job because you gotta. He said you gotta pass that made up language exam. He said if you don't get like 95%, he said they're gonna push you into whatever military specialty is available once you come out of training. And I'm like, oh damn. So I chose cable installation and maintenance because my father was saying I should do something dealing with satellites and communication. He wasn't wrong, but I should have chose something that I wanted to do, not something he told me was hot at the time. Because I really didn't take advantage of it in my civilian life, like he was making it out to be. Like I did somewhat. Like I ended up working for Comcast Cable for a little while, but that was only until college started, and then I left. And then once I left college, I never went back into the field. So it was not really that interesting. The only thing else I got out of it, I had my top secret security clearance, but again, I didn't use that in my civilian world like others did. Like on the civilian side of things, I never got to use my top secret level security clearance. So, but I enjoyed having it though. Just I don't know. I think it's sort of a flex to say I had a top secret level security clearance, which you wouldn't think would be necessary to do the job that we did. But again, the tactical side did involve a little bit of signal intelligence. But most people, when they hear the job description, they're just thinking we're like doing stuff like the telephone guy or the cable guy. It doesn't, enter into usually it doesn't usually enter into their mind that we also had to do tactical stuff in the field that involves signal intelligence. So Miss Nita says, Michael, thanks. I appreciate that compliment. Miss Nita, what was the message you retracted? I was curious what you were saying. Like I value everyone's opinions here, as long as they're respectful. So just curious what you were saying, or maybe you mistyped it, so you had to retract it. So Michael says, come from the heart, Miss Needle. Only for instance, my homies are stationed in Japan, but they bored as F. What part? But yeah, but what part of Japan are they in? Okinawa? Are they in Tokyo? So I think that makes a difference. I would think Okinawa's would be pretty boring, but there's a installation like in Tokyo or right outside of Tokyo. I would think that would be the more exciting place. Because if you're anywhere in Metro Tokyo, you're not going to be bored in Metro Tokyo. It's just no way. Metro Tokyo is like a combination of New York City, Paris, but an Asian version of them. It's like if you took New York and Paris and combined them, and you stuck it in East Asia, that's Tokyo. Like it would be no way if you're stationed within the greater Metro Tokyo area that you can be bored. So if they're bored, they have to be in Okinawa or somewhere. Michael Fern says two. I mean, excuse me. Moonlit Fern says 2 years. Okay, off and on. Michael says I treat people with respect until they disrespect me. Then I give it right back to them so they know how it feels. Sorry about that. Spell check is on my phone. It does come in handy sometimes. Um, he goes on to say, I work in a factory, a steel factory, so I can lift and move heavy things. Oh, Moonlit Fern says Dick Cheney. I figured you meant Dick Cheney. He was an interesting guy. I'll say that much. He was an interesting guy. Devin says, all right, I'm going to head out, bro. Good night from Texas. By the way, they aren't switching by now. Well, first of all, have a good evening, Devin. And yeah, I know they're not. I was just saying that's right now the schism going on the left. They're experiencing some political variant of cognitive dissonance. Like I said, all of them have acknowledged that Biden lost that debate. And but the schism between them is what are the implications of that? Half of them are saying everyone should still vote Biden regardless of his poor performance because it's his policies to make the difference, not how well he can express them. Sure, okay, if you're on that side, but that's not going to convince people who weren't already a fan of his, right? Then then the other side of the schism is, well, yeah, he's doing really bad. We need to switch him out, and that's just not a viable option at this point. One is you're too far into the game to do that, and two, even if you weren't too far in the game, he's the sitting freaking president. He's not you're not going to switch out the sitting president for someone else like that. That has never happened as far as I can remember in American history. And I'm I'm not a historian, but I'm a little bit of a history nerd, at least particularly American history. And I can't remember any time they switched out a sitting president during during the midst of an election, unless it was for like you know like like the like unless unless the person like literally died. Like that was the only time like they switched out a sit-in president during like an election year or something like that, is that he literally died. Like people might remember FDR was elected 4 times and then he died in the beginning of his fourth term. And I mean, no other president served 4 terms. They start referring to him as King Roosevelt. But anyway, all right, Devin, I know you gotta go, my man. So, and like Moonlit says, please like, sub, and share, guys. Appreciate it a lot if you can. Like I said, if you can like, sub, and share, to me that's better than sending me money on Cash App because that helps me grow the algorithm. So. Moonlit France is so anti-American to not protect whistleblowers. Yeah, I completely agree. Like I said, and this happened under Obama's watch. That's why I really agree with the wisecrack video that just came out last week. When and wisecrack is about as left leaning as you can get. But even they defended Trump, saying Trump is not some. They was like, so what? He's a convicted felon. They was like, every president has been a criminal, and he took it all the way back to George Washington. It's like, people make fun of the fact that, Trump was a real estate mogul and all of that. George Washington was a real estate mogul, and he stole land after the French and Indian Wars. And he was an active landlord while he was in office. Sounds familiar? Um, he even worse. I mean, we knew he owned slaves, right? But even worse than him owning slaves, and I know that's hard to fathom, but worse than owning slaves was there was laws in place at the time that, and I think in Pennsylvania at least, or in some other places, that within a certain amount of time, those slaves had to be released from servitude. So what did Washington do? He actually shipped those slaves out to other states to restart the time clock on their years of servitude to him. So you're not going to tell me that Trump was the worst president ever, according to many historians, because I'm like, are these historians forgetting that we had slave owning presidents? And you're gonna call Trump the worst? No, I'm sorry, he's not the worst. Lincoln, I think Lincoln, by most polls, Lincoln is usually considered the best American president ever. He did some sketchy stuff when it came to his election. He smuggled in supporters to the elections to vote for him. Could you imagine though? Could you imagine how much political blowback that would cause today if either one of our candidates had been shown to have brought secretly smuggled in supporters to these polling places to vote in favor of them? Like, Lincoln did that. Not to mention during the Civil War, he suspended habeas corpus and would even and jailed up to 13,000 people who either spoke out against the war or spoke out against military enlistment. 13,000 people for merely speaking against his war efforts, and suspended habeas corpus. Like, that's criminal. It's like they all been criminal. It's just that, hey, the presidency has always afforded presidents uh, a certain elevation above the law as needs be. Because if it wasn't, if you could just criminalize everything a president do, all of them would always be fighting criminal prosecution from the opposite party. And that's why I said earlier today, which I mentioned this earlier on the stream, I supported the Supreme Court decision that came out today, 6-3, 6-3. So there was also at least one liberal justice on the Supreme Court that agreed as well. It was a 6-3 decision that yes, the presidency does get partial immunity from all from crimes, and they even broke it down further that they gave 3 levels of impunity. Um, and they said the lowest level, presumptive immunity, is the only one that can't be defended against. And yes, you can prosecute a president, but the other two were pretty much like there was like were protected statuses for a president, and the repercussions of that decision today legally means that um, a lot of these cases going forward against Trump aren't going to have any legs to stand on. Let me check the time real quick, guys. Oh, it's 12 o'clock, so I'm about to go. Um, but yeah, so, and I agree with that decision. Yes, the president should have partial immunity from crimes. You effectively couldn't be a president without it. I mean, if we give qualified immunity to police officers, I mean, we damn sure better give a higher level of immunity than our police officers get to our freaking president. Like, it doesn't take much imagination to see how each president would be saddled with numbers and scores of crimes from the party opposite of them, and you know whether on the left or the right, if you open them up to every sort of criminal inquiry, uh, that a average citizen would be would be given. So it makes sense. And because people just saw it as a free giveaway for Trump, and it's like, yeah, sure, some of them may have had that on their mind, but they were looking at the long term picture. Like, if you do this just to, if we all know, if you give the government and they'll take a foot, and the justices realized that they was like, look, if we basically give the go ahead that we're not going to give presidents immunity just so they can go after Trump, then this is going to be used. This is going to be abused by everyone going forward. They realized that, and that's why you even had a liberal justice side with them on this. It makes sense. Anyway, sorry to go into that tirade, but that's something I did want to address earlier, was the whole Supreme Court decision on the partial that agreed that Trump did have partial immunity as afforded being a president. So Michael says Joe Budden is the type of guy you want to drop off at the nursing home and say this is his Disney World. Say this is Disney World. Joe. Oh, you mean Joe Biden? You said Joe Budden. I'm thinking you're talking about the washed up rapper who has the hip hop podcast. Mullen Furnace is so true. They have a dead man switch in case they get got. All the info gets loaded to the internet. Michael says, because when you get old, you go back to being like a child. We don't need that in the White House. Some do, some don't. So, here's the thing. Like, most people think cognitive development stops once you hit like 25. No, cognitive development is throughout your whole life. Like your whole whole mental life, right? And cognitive decline happens differently for some people. Like I said, you have people like Thomas Sowell, who's 93 years old, and he just published a book 3 years ago, and he still gives talks. So he's still he's still a mentally lucid person. Whereas Biden isn't, because cognitive decline hits people differently. I mean, he and Trump are only Trump is 79, right? And Biden is 81. He's going to be 82 later this year. So they're like, they're like about 2 years apart. And you can see one of them pretty lucid while the other one isn't. And even you say, well, but Trump is a liar. Here, well, think about this. You still have to have a good grasp of your intelligence to be dishonest. Just saying. Dishonesty takes a level of intelligence. So, Melissa says, "Now, Michael, I'll throw so and so in the ocean, Soprano style, like how they did Pussy." But man, that was kind of messed up how they did Pussy, though. You gotta admit that. You gotta admit they did Pussy dirty, yo. Actually, I shouldn't say it that way, but you guys know what I meant. But if someone just jumped in the chat, they'd be like, "Wait, what is he talking about?" But you guys know what I'm talking about. Michael Scott says, "Forever have Trump in there until we get someone better." Moonlit Furnace says, "I've contemplated joining the Thai monkhood, but it's also so hot, and I can't live on mostly rice." Why would you want to do that, though? You can become a Buddhist in Thailand without joining their priesthood. I guess the only thing good about their priesthood is I I don't think Buddhist monks have to take a vow of celibacy. I don't think. But you can join the religion without joining the priesthood if it's for you a spiritual thing. I would say go ahead and embrace the religion, but you don't have to become a Tibetan monk to embrace the religion. Miss Needle says, Moonlit, if you're desperate enough, you'll get used to anything, I'd say. Michael says, I'd rather vote for one of you guys and have Joe Biden in there. Honestly, I wouldn't want to be a president. It's not the flex that it used to be. Like, as a kid, they always say, you can be a president if you want to be. And for everyone, that's sort of like the breaking the glass ceiling is become president. I don't want to be. I wouldn't want to be a president. I'd rather be the chairman of a multinational global, a multinational like company. To me, that's a bigger flex nowadays than being a president. Moment Francis, no taken, sister. Michael says I'm not Democrat and I'm not Republican. Yeah, I'm a independent as well. What sucks in Maryland is if you are an independent in Maryland, you can vote in the primaries. You can only vote in the general elections. Like a few months ago when they held the primaries, my mother's like, "Are you still going to vote or not?" And I was like, "No, I'm an independent, so I can't really participate in the primaries." And she was just like, "Oh, okay." Because like most black people, they just assume you're a Democrat, but I'm not. Moonlit Furnace says, "Yeah, during the red shirt movement when half the city was on fire." Michael says, if Martin Luther King was alive, I would vote for him being president because I think he would be better. I don't think he would want it, to be honest. I don't think Martin would even. I mean, Jesse Jackson ran for president and Al Sharpton voted for president. But let's be honest, neither one of those guys was very similar to Martin Luther King. Yes, they both knew him, but that didn't mean that they resembled him in his beliefs and attitudes. Because Jesse Jackson in the '80s made a big hoopla when he ran for president as kind of being like this carrying of the torch from Martin Luther King. And I remember that was even my very first presidential rally I ever seen. I was a little kid. I must have been, I don't know, like 5 years old, maybe 4. I don't remember. But the first time Jesse Jackson ran as president, my mother took us to this presidential rally. And I remember this white guy picked me up and put me on his shoulders so I could see Jesse Jackson. Later on, like maybe 10 years later, I got to see Jesse Jackson again, but as a preacher at this AME Zion Church in Philadelphia when I used to live in Philly. So I got to see him again, one as a presidential candidate and the second time as a preacher. So I give him his due respect on that. I don't really agree with a lot of his policies and his rhetoric, and of course he's done some things that have made him they have tarnished his image. But again, I don't think that Dr. King would have wanted to, and I'm just speculating, of course, but knowing what I've known of Dr. King in his era was that I don't think that would have been something that he would have wanted to do, was run for public office, at least not as a president. Maybe on a state level, something like that, but yeah, I don't think he would have ever wanted to run for presidential office. It's just, to me, I just don't think it's the flex that people think it is. Only Fern says, you know what I'm talking about. He was perving hard. Yeah. Miss Neal says, Michael, it's always the same puppets being changed out once in a while, others pulling the strings. Yeah, Miss Needle. So that's what I was saying earlier. I think before you were in the chat, I was saying the problem is we just have this constant influx of neoliberal candidates, and I was saying the reason why people like Trump, whether they some maybe agree with his policies or not, is because he's an anti-establishment candidate. He's not a neoliberal puppet. And I was saying that was one of the biggest things that disappointed me about Obama was he presented himself as this young progressive when he campaigned initially in 2007 2008, but when he came into office he became just another neoliberal establishment president, and that's what we were so much against in 2016. For a lot of people in middle America, Trump still represents the populist president. Even though he's a former president, a lot of people still see him as a populist. So, Moonlit for instance, I'm not a Swift fan, can't name a song, but she comes to Bangkok. She came to Bangkok like months ago. She did? I thought she didn't, because I thought she only went to Tokyo and Singapore. I did not know she went to, because I remember them saying that they were trying to get her to Thailand, but saying she didn't go because ever since their military coup back like 11 years ago, she didn't think it was safe to come there. Or I would say not her, but maybe I think her management team did not deem it safe for her to go there to perform. So I didn't recall her actually coming there. I remember their I can't remember, their prime minister, either their prime minister or one of the secretaries within the Thai parliament was making efforts to make it more tangible for performance like like Taylor Swift to come there. But I didn't recall her actually coming. But Travis did. But yeah, Mueller, for instance, I don't believe our soldiers will turn on the people. I totally go against orders on that. I don't see that either. But it depends on the factors, right, and what's going on to make that happen. So Michael says, as Harmony Lee was still alive, Harmony Lee or vote for him for being president instead of Joe Biden. Who's Harmony Lee? Maybe that's a misspelling, or I'm just ignorant. Don't know who that is. Mueller, for instance, also remember our Bill of Rights, also signed by felonies. Yeah, these guys, everyone, all these people who signed the Declaration of Independence, these were criminals because we were still part of the British the British Empire. So literally, these were all criminals, literally. And I'm related to the very person who wrote the Declaration of Independence. So that's why I said July the 4th is sort of big to me, because I'm literally celebrating my ancestor declaring our independence from Britain. So it's kind of personal to me. I'll go into that more on Thursday. And Molly Fern says, yeah, that's revolutionary. It literally is. Mike Scott said, I can't say his name right. Muhammad Ali, we're still alive. Okay. I knew that was a typo, but Layla says, hi, what's up, Layla? Yeah, I don't think I mean, let's put aside his his neurological problems, right? I still don't think Muhammad Ali would have ran for office. Like I said, it's not depending on your your political leanings, your social circle and what your aspirations are, president is not the president is just I don't think it's like the ultimate it's not the it's not the ultimate flex for a lot of people. Like at the top of their game, I don't see Dr. King nor Muhammad Ali wanting to ever run for presidential office. I mean, like Muhammad Ali was part of the Nation of Islam before he eventually went his separate way from the Nation of Islam and became like I think more of a traditional Sunni Muslim, like like Malcolm X did. Um, I can't see someone like that with those sort of leanings wanting to become a president. You said Tyson, bro. Chill. What? Who? I don't see a Tyson in the chat unless I don't know. I don't. At least I don't see it on my end, so I don't even know what the person said. Michael says I like the old school R&B hip hop singers. Screw Taylor Swift. I well, I mean, I don't dislike her, but like I said, my wife is a huge Taylor Swift fan, so that made me not so dismissive of her since if it's something that my wife enjoys, I'm not gonna dismiss it outrightly. And like I told my wife, there is actually an album of hers that I did kind of like, the one that came out, I believe, in 2014 or 2015, because I remember listening to it at an office holiday party, and I was telling one of my friends, I was like, "Yo, I was like, I kind of dig this album they're playing." He was like, "Yeah," he said, it is kind of good." But whatever the stuff she did in 2014, it seemed like it was more hip hop influenced. It was actually kind of good. I haven't heard any of those songs in a long time, but I'm sure my wife would be more than happy to play the CD for me. Oh, and by the way, I said this a long time ago, and I know people are tired of me saying I'm gonna do such and such, and I don't do it. But some stuff I have actually done that I said I was gonna do. Like I did do my bug out bag video eventually. So she still wants me to do she wants me to do a video where I listen to a Taylor Swift song I never heard before and react to it. So she still wants me to do a reaction video to a Taylor Swift song. Only reason I didn't do it yet is because I had to scrap my old laptop. So once I get a new one up and running, I'll probably do the reaction video then. That's the only reason I haven't done the reaction video, but she had already picked out a song or two that she wants me to react to from Taylor Swift, because get she wants me to get she wants to get my reaction to it in real time for you guys to see, because she thinks it would be hilarious. But yeah, I'm not a fan of hers, but I'm not gonna say I dislike her either. And let's be honest, she can get it. Moving for instance, different weight class and style. What a crazy ride. Um, so what a crazy ride says. So I have just stumbled on here, and I am curious what you are about as Just A Contrarian. So the name is a the name is tongue in cheek because it refers to the fact that being a nerdy guy, sometimes I will disagree with something that a lot of other people will hold as just true without any reason to hold it true. And so when I say, well, I'm not too sure about that, they will just dismiss me and say, oh, you're just a contrarian. And that's where the name came from. People who don't like me being skeptical of claims that they will otherwise hold and expect everyone else to accept as well. If you go against the grain for a lot of people, they'll just dismiss you and say, oh, you're just a contrarian. So that's where the title comes from. I'm generally a skeptical, nerdy person. And on this channel, I'll talk about things from martial arts to things going on in pop culture and current events. Like today was nominally about talking about how identity politics is destroying our quality of life. Or I'll talk about very nerdy or academic topics, whether we're talking about movies like Star Wars or talking about stuff like philosophy or cognitive science. So this is a very general channel. It's not niche like some other channels are. However, I do have a spin-off channel coming which will just focus on martial arts. And my wife, depending, may either start doing more content here on this channel or she might do her own channel as well. We haven't decided. So that's what this channel is about. And I actually do have a fuller description of this channel in the description at uh, in the in the about me section. So if you know if that sounded like I was rambling, you can get a much more clearer description of what my channel is about if you go to that on my channel. Moonlit Furnaces definitely will donate. Appreciate it, Moonlit Fern. Hound Lover says I was a communicator in the Air Force 21 years. When you say communicator, Hound Lover, what does that mean? Because I originally actually enlisted in Air Force and I switched over to the Army because they told me that they can't always hold the the military specialty that you want while you're in training. Whereas the Army, excuse me, whereas the Army will guarantee that military specialty if you qualify for it when you go into training. So communicator is that can mean so many different things. That's why I was wondering what you meant by that, because you know how the military is a way of saying of giving these special titles to our specialties, and then it ends up being something completely different altogether. For instance, an Army combat engineer is nothing like what you think it is. Michael Scott says, I believe in our constitutional rights should never be infringed. Moonlit Fern says, I didn't want to be in tanks, but it happens, and my hearing is a bit off and a few concussions, etc. Did you apply for that hearing loss case against the Army because of that? Because that was a big thing 2 years ago. All those little class action suits they had, they were trying to tell people to become a part of that. What a Crazy Ride says, were you Army Corps engineers? No, I was Army cable and telephone installation and maintenance. Like I said, it was pretty much like we were the Verizon of the Army with the addition of some tactical stuff we had to do as well. However, says also had a TS SEI, did tactical and garrison comms. Okay. So it sounds like you might have had some overlap with some of the stuff we did in the Signal Corps in the Army. Sound like there was probably some overlap. Moonlit Fern says Okinawa. I knew you had to talk about Okinawa because I said Okinawa is boring for like most people. I mean, unless they enjoy the rural life. But yeah, I knew you had to talk about Okinawa earlier, not Tokyo, because I said there's no way you're gonna be bored in Metro Tokyo. Han Levis also hasn't used it as a civilian. Okay. Mitchell Cole says, well, by the way, what's up, Mitchell? He says, nothing matters if you don't have a sound mind. That's true. Sound mind and fit body go hand in hand as far as I'm concerned. Plus, generally what's good for the heart is good for the mind, and vice versa. Michael Scott says, constitutional carry, you don't need to carry a license to concealed carry or open carry. Okay, so guys, so both you and I think it was Devin earlier before he left. I think both of you confirmed what I was told the constitutional carry was. It was basically concealed carry without a license. Gotcha. Layla says, I asked for wealth. God gave me Islam. Wow, Muhammad Ali. When the friends says they be complaining they bored. I tell you what I would be doing in Okinawa if I got bored, but I don't think I should say that publicly. But let's just say I would enjoy the sushi. That's all I'm saying. Hal Lever says I wanted nothing to do with the government after 21 years in the Air Force. With 21, did you get partial retirement, or did with 21 did they allow you to get full retirement with the 21? Because I've heard different stories where some people, if they pushed you out, instead of you doing your full 25, like they offered to let you go. I've heard some people got like full retirement. Curious if you were able to get your full retirement at 21. Mitchell says, when your mind is taken over by demons and illness, nothing matters. Oh, yeah, yeah. But like I said, generally, a person of sound mind, well, no, I'm sorry. Generally, a person of sound body is also going to be of sound mind, if you get what I'm saying. Like, they go together. Most people who are quite mentally unhealthy tend not to be physically fit either. They go together. Michael Scott says constitutional carry states you don't need license to conceal carry or open carry. I got you. What a crazy rise says, when do you retire from the military? I didn't retire. I just ETS'd after 6 years. Only friend says, thank you for clarification, Michael. The crazy life says LBJ. Only friend says, Biden looks like a burnt cigar, 80 years old, beef jerky with no brain, no self-awareness. Like I said, if I were him, I would just retire with grace and dignity, be a one-term president, and not be known to have lost the presidency after making a big hoopla of taking this man out. Then he comes back and regains his job. It's like a boxing match where, you know, you lose the first match, and no, I mean, so it would be like tantamount to like a boxing match where you win the first one, then you come back and you lose. What would that be like? What, Sugar Leonard and Ramon and Razor Ramon, or I don't know, Rocky 1 and 2. No, not well. I would say Rocky 3. But in this case, um, Clubber Lang is, I guess in this case, Clubber Lang is Biden. But yeah, I would have, like I said, if I were him, I would have just retired in grace and said, let me hand this off to the younger candidates who still got the vigor in them to fight against Trump. Because let's be honest, a younger, more charismatic Democratic candidate would give a Trump a serious run for his money. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure by 2028 they're gonna be trying to push AOC to run. Watch, you guys can mark if I don't have this channel in 4 years. If you don't remember these conversations we've had in 4 years, if you see AOC running in 2028, just remember there was this guy on YouTube once that said that she's probably gonna run in 2028. That's all. Michael Scott says I live out in the country and I got two raccoons fighting over my trash. Come and see. That's funny. Trash pandas. I don't know. One of them might be Rocket. So you got to. I can't look at them the same after Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Like that. Those those scenes, those flashback scenes were the saddest things I ever seen in the MCU. Well, that and Iron Man dying, like those had to be some of the saddest flashbacks I ever seen in the MCU. Seeing those animals get mistreated that way, and I'm not, and I'm. It's not like I'm a PETA type guy. Like I'm not a member of PETA or you know, something like that. But those scenes were heartbreaking. However says I got a coon hound. I'll send it right over. He love it. What a crazy ride says. What are you trying to accomplish on this channel? So originally it was just me ranting about my views and beliefs. I had a friend who thought that our little private conversations that I said things that came off to be funny, even, but they were unintentionally funny. So he was like, "You should do a YouTube channel." And he told me to do this for 2 years before I decided why not, and that's what I started doing. So I'm not even monetized yet, but since I'm so close to it, I've been making an effort to try to get to that point where I'm monetized. And if so, I wouldn't mind using this as a platform to showcase like not just my own views on things, but like as a like my martial arts proficiency and other things like that. But if you, I mean, I don't have any sort of like um, pinky in the brain ambitions. If that's what you're asking me as far as this channel is concerned, it's not to one day take over the world, narf, like something. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just to share my views on things, maybe display my martial arts, because I also am a self-defense coach part-time. So if I can use this to recruit people as well on that. I've done some life coaching as well. But my bread and butter is um, doing lead generation, direct marketing type stuff. Layla says for the next presidential election, you think it will still be Biden? 2028? That dude will probably be wearing a diaper by then, Layla. I don't think so. Like I said, we've seen his cognitive decline in real time from the time he was vice president to now. Like he had much more tenacity uh, 10 years ago than he does now. It, it he so assuming like assuming he loses this election, and he could come back for the next election in 2028. I just I think he would not have the mental capacity. Like I'm not even trying to be funny. I literally don't think he would have the mental capacity to do so within the next 4 years. Moonlit for instance, JFK was my favorite. Yeah, like I said, he would have been a good person to have at the debate to break up some of the monotony. Moonlit for instance, but we know how that headache happened. I'm still trying to figure out this whole brain worm thing. I literally have not looked into it because it just sounded so patently ridiculous, but maybe I should actually look up what that was about. The reason why I don't take it so seriously is because RFK is known to have pretty quirky beliefs. I think that's a nice way of putting it, quirky beliefs. What a crazy rise is now you're in my neck of the woods, Maryland. um, Helen says just like what Slow Joe is doing now and trying to replace all of us because we're not buying their garbage anymore. Slow Joe. That's funny. Moonlit Fern says y'all like, subscribe, and share. Give this man a coffee. We love out here. Thank you. Thanks, Moonlit Fern. Yeah, definitely. I would appreciate the love. Like I said, if you can't contribute anything, just liking the video, subscribing, sharing the videos, hit notifications so you know when I'm uploading new content. That can be better than sending me money because it helps me with the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm is like the Matrix. So, um, and the funny thing is, you can become so big on one social media platform that they just end up showing your content on others. Like there's people who are on TikTok who only do TikTok, but you'll see their stuff on Facebook and on YouTube. Like my friend Richie, he does, like he and I first started doing our social media stuff at the same time, but he was saying he was going to do TikTok because he could grow faster on there. And I told him I think that, well, we have a difference in age anyway, but I told him, I said, yeah, TikTok is, I don't think that's the move for me. I said I don't think I'm young enough to attract enough interest on TikTok. So I said I'm gonna stick with YouTube. Plus I understand the algorithm better. And he complained, well, yeah, the algorithm on YouTube isn't shit. And I'm like, yeah, okay, but I was like, yeah, but no one knows anyone on TikTok outside of people who love TikTok. So, but that's not completely true because, like I said, if you go super big on one platform, it usually translates to the other ones depending on your style of content. Like if you can make short, like if you make short form content, it's going to translate to all the other places, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. Whereas if you make only long form content, you're probably going to stay only relatively known within the YouTube space. And I'm not sure about Kick. I don't know whether I'm assuming Kick is more of a short form content as well. And Twitch, you're pretty much nah. I mean, I think some stuff on Twitch might make it over to YouTube, but not TikTok, unless it's like cuts of pieces. Like I don't like you see, like you'll see Kai Cenat on YouTube, but I don't think he has a YouTube channel. I think all the stuff he does on Twitch just comes over to YouTube. Michael says to be in politics, you have to lie. Cabana politicians like being a lawyer. Well, most politicians are lawyers, actually. If you look at it, like most people who get into politics started off as lawyers. So that's that's why they know how to lie the best. Ask my father. But yeah, a lot of like I said, a lot of politicians actually start off as lawyers. So there's a huge overlap with that. Michael says, I got a question. Are you still serving in the military? I haven't served since 2004, 20 years ago. Well, I don't know why these trolls keep coming on my um, page. But Michael says, hey, can anybody share this live YouTube so he can get more content? Thank you and may God bless you. Appreciate you guys. Molly Fern says, I don't know anything about Swift, but I remember she told Post Malone she was jealous of his hook. And I love Post Malone and Dax too. Yeah, by the way, I like that song too. I was telling my wife, I said, I like this song, right? She was like, you do? I was like, yeah. I said, I'm a fan of Post Malone. I said, I don't know Taylor like that, but I said, I've been like Post Malone. So she was like, oh, okay. Derek Forson says some silly stuff. My hairline is just fine, but it's not like I'm going to profile it for you because I don't care enough about your opinions. At the end of the day, I can fight. You can't. I ain't even ban them yet. I'm gonna see what the dumbass says. I don't know why people come for me when they know I can beat their ass. Like, here's the thing, guys. Just as I'm verbally pugnacious, I'm physically pugnacious too. If I feel that you're disrespecting me, but I know that you can't beat me, I don't have any reason to respect you whatsoever. I can beat you not only intellectually, but I can beat you physically, and I'm probably older than you. Emily Fern says, your wife can call my wife anytime. I bet they can relate about Southeast Asian culture. Probably so. Like, when we were in Thailand, people thought she was Thai because she was laughing when we went to this record store and this woman just came up to her. I think she was one of the workers there and just started talking to her in Thai. And she's like, she thinks I'm Thai. I was like, I told you look Thai. And she started laughing. So, but I think most Southeast Asians tend to look like each other with some, with some dissim with some dissimilarities, right? Michael says I did mixed martial arts, jiu-jitsu, and taekwondo. I did it from 8 years old to 16 years old. I have a fourth degree black belt. That's what's up. However, says all facets of IT. I was enlisted for 8 years, then crossed over to officer. I did satellite ops, wide area networks, dirigibles, comms on the flight line, etc. So you were definitely much more high grade than I was. Mona Francis, wait, what's some would explain that class action lawsuit for my hearing and concussions. This is new to me. Never, you never heard you had to see all those class action lawsuits like for like up until like maybe 2 years ago. You couldn't log onto Facebook without seeing these constant class action lawsuits. Like if it's like if you served in the military from 19 something something to 2000, I don't know, 6 or 2008, whatever it was. They was like, and you suffered hearing loss from the faulty earplugs they gave us. They was like, you can qualify for compensation. Though that was all over Facebook for like years. I'm surprised you didn't look into that. You might still want to look into it to see what happened with that, because that might be still an ongoing class action suit. It's just I don't see it advertised anymore. But that used I couldn't, like, every day, literally every day I went onto Facebook, I would see something about that class action lawsuit. Nowadays, every time I open up Facebook, it's all about the lawsuit against uh, schools or prisons or churches for the abuse of minors. Like, there's like all these little ambulance chasers trying to get people to file lawsuits for that. But up until like 2022 or 2021, I would say, it was like every time I went to Facebook or Instagram, they were talking about you might qualify for compensation for hearing loss while you were in the military because of the faulty earplugs they gave us. Helen said, "Yeah, Signal Core would be the same as what I did." Okay, yeah, I could tell that was like a huge crossover. Moon first said, "Yes, sir, I missed Japan too." Hello, says I got full medical retirement due to a back injury. I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry to hear that first of all, but at least you did get full medical retirement. And I've heard something about now. I've heard some complaints about people getting out now that they don't get their TS until they the the sorry, not TS, the we call it the TPS or whatever. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing the military retirement thing, but TPS or whatever you call it, TSP. Sorry, it's late for me. I'm about to get off soon. But yeah, I've heard that you actually don't get that now until you hit a certain age, even if you retired out. So say you like did your full 25, but you're leaving out the army at 43, 45 years old. But they were saying that the TSB doesn't kick in until like you're like 65 years old or something like that. I don't know if that's true. So, but I've heard someone telling me that people coming out now are complaining about that. How long says I'm on a permanent disabled retirement list? Wow. Bye, Layla. Have a good night or good day, whichever part of the world you're in right now. How long says Joe and the hoe have to got to go. By hoe, I'm guessing you mean Harris, right? Yeah. I can't stand her either. Little tether. She had all them little stupid AKAs. Oh, speaking of that, okay. I know a lot of you don't watch BET or anything. For my own sake, I really don't watch BET anymore either. I haven't really watched it since I was in my early 30s. But this heifer was literally trying to use like young people words to try to sound relevant. Like she's on the phone talking with um I forgot the name of the host of the BET Awards yesterday was, but you literally had the Vice President Kamala Harris out here on the phone saying, "Yeah, we out here on these streets, and nah, they not like us." I'm like, stop it. Why is she talking like that? Stop it. She was never part. Besides that, even when she was young, she was never part of, outside of going to Howard University, she was never part of the black community. Like she spent she spent her legal career as a state's attorney in California, locking up black people for dumb shit. And I'm like, she wasn't locking people up to like to get violence off the streets or stuff like that. Like she was locking people up on dumb shit like school like truancy laws and shit like that, truancy and weed, stupid stuff like that. Like I uh, I don't like Kamala Harris. I don't know if it's Kamala. I don't care. She's not black. She's a tether. She's Jamaican and Indian. She's not a real black person, and she's just so out of touch. I don't like her. She can't even give she can't give an articulate speech. People always complain that Trump isn't an articulate. I've seen him be much more articulate than Kamala has at many times. Like she'll be articulate if she can stick to a specific script for which she has rehearsed it. But if she goes off script, she becomes incoherent, and then she'll do that little stupid cackle that she does when she, it's like her nervous laugh. She does this little cackle, which is so ingratiating. Michael says, "Hey, I identify as Mr. Miyagi. Wax on, wax off." She likes to wax it. Mr. Miyagi. Let me stop. No Diddy. How much is old Lord? No ALC. She needs to be back to tend them bars by then. She's so ignorant. They need to get rid of her too. You notice they made a fun of her on The Boys, but now The Boys is so woke. It just lost. It's just not fun anymore. Like it always was kind of like woke or whatever, but it didn't matter because it was written well. Now the writing on it is just like they just said let's throw away a nuance and let's just blatantly make Homelander a superhero version of Trump. And I was like, first of all, that's going to backfire because now you see people who actually like Homelander for the fact that they are trying to make him look like Trump. Because if anything, that's making Trump seem like a all powerful superhero is not going to make him look bad. It'll just make the people who are trying to make him look bad in comparison look bad because because of the optics of you using a superhero platform to force your political beliefs upon people. Like the original comic book run created by Garth Ennis. Garth Ennis hated superheroes, and that was quite apparent through his comic book. But this, but the live action version of the boys, as opposed to the comic books, is worse because it's making it seem that superheroes and the political right and all of that all of that stuff is wrong. And I'm like, how you? First of all, superheroes are not in themselves bad. It's just that this current version of it shows them as being bad. But to clump superheroes, which is for the most part in comic book history has always been aligned with the political left, if anything. But to throw superheroes and the political right all together as being this something evil type thing, it's, it's just it's just lazy writing. And like I said, that's why I kind of enjoyed when they first had the AOC character on The Boys because she was not a good person. But like I said, if you don't remember this channel in 4 years from now, and if I'm not on this channel in 4 years from now, if you don't remember any of these conversations, just remember that there was a guy who predicted the AOC is going to run for president in 2028. That's all I'm saying. Moonlit Fern says, yeah, okay, Guardians of the Galaxy made me fall in love with Nebula. Now there's a whole new fetish. Have you seen her outside of her uniform? She doesn't look bad. And then they even showed in the What If series what she would look like if she hadn't been like tortured by, by Thanos. So she would still look robotic looking, but she had like this whole like glamorous look to her. So I don't know about fetish for Nebula just because how could you do it to her? Like I don't think there's any fleshy parts of her left. And you know what I'm talking about, but yeah, I don't think there's any fleshy parts of her left, but I'm sure she could do a nice hand job. I don't know. Might break it off though, but anyway. Moonlit Furnace says, would love to learn new techniques, and I know that would get big views and love. So, I have a little bit of content of some old stuff I did, but I do want to do like some taekwondo tricking and maybe show off some stuff at the gym next time I go. I'm supposed to go to this mixed martial arts place to do a few boxing lessons called Ground Control. Um, I'm still probably going to go at some point when I get time, as well as I still want to. Once I go back to the Philippines, I want to finish my Janfan Jikundo certification. Michael Scott says I took mixed martial arts classes when I was 8 years old. Shih Tzu Taekwondo. So I'm about to wrap this up, guys. Let me just gloss through these really quickly. He said I set a timer for 8 years old when I was 16 years old, and I became a fourth degree black belt. Yeah, Taekwondo black belts are the type that you can get through within a certain amount of time because they know the kids lose interest at a certain point, so they kind of push them along to excel to get their black belt within that time frame. Emberlyn Costner says, hi, how are you? I'm doing well, Emberlyn, thank you. Maxipedis says, hell yeah. Michael says, I think I'm so damn old school. I just felt like if I hurt your feelings, oh well, I guess I'm stuck in the 90s. I was born in 85, so yeah. Moonla says, I don't have a Facebook, but yeah, this is news to me. I joined 2000 to 2004. Yeah, I'm a Facebook OG. I came in there in '04, waved in the door, told him, let me stop. Yeah, as soon as Facebook became open to everyone, I signed in on '04 in October, and I started seeing emails for it back in like August or September, and I ignored it. I was like, what is this Facebook shit? And then by October, I was just like, all right, let me just try it out. And then I saw everyone on my campus there. I was like, all right, it looked, you know how it looked back then, it looked pretty janky. But at least it was just for students. And we used to actually just use Facebook to tell each other where we were going on campus. Like, yo, I'm going to meet you at the library. And we used to just post that on our wall because it was just for us to see. It wasn't for like no one outside of like people who went to college were allowed on the platform. And then there was a then a platform was bifurcated. There was a part for it for just high school students that came out a year later in '05. But in originally '04, it was only college students, and it was only students who went to schools of name recognition. Like it started off at Harvard, of course, and then I remember, according to the movies and stuff that came out later, that he started from Harvard, then spread to like Stanford, then to like some of these other Ivies like Yale and so forth. And then he opened it up to all the big name universities. That's when I started seeing emails for it in like August or September '04. But anyway, yeah, it was definitely a whole big class action lawsuit for compensation for people suffering from military hearing loss. You should still look that up to see if it's still viable. And you're welcome. Nope. Hey, if I can help you out, no problem there. There was a guy, there was a guy working in one of my offices when I was in Baltimore, telling me that I should like pretend to have gotten hearing loss just to get 10% disability. I'm like, dude, I'm not doing all that. He was like, no, no. He said, just go up there, take the test. And he said, just kind of blow the test, and when they ask you about your hearing, just say you hear ringing in your ears. He said you'll get an automatic 10% disability. I'm like, I was like, yeah, I hear that, but that's kind of lame. Yeah, and I'm like, shit, maybe he had a point. But I didn't take him seriously because he was like a Navy dude, and it was obvious like he was never like serious about when he was in the military. I don't know. I don't want to be dismissive, but he was Navy and he didn't look very athletic. So my Michael says 2004. I was 19 years old. I feel old. Wow. Howell says, yeah, I'm under high 3 and retired as an '04. Okay. Well, guys, this is going to wrap it up for me. It's very late. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. I need to get some rest. And I wanted to get like a little snack first too. So if you don't mind, I'm going to be out. If you still have any other comments or questions, please feel free to leave it in the comments section. And like I said, if people want to reach out to me privately, I have my email and my Facebook and Instagram are in the descriptions. Are in the links in my description. And if you want to donate so that I can keep making content, and when I monetize, I'll plan on making some higher productive value type content, sort of like how George Lucas went back and remastered all his old stuff. Maybe he shouldn't have done that, but that's not the point I'm making here. Is that just like he had a bigger budget, so he could go back to his old movies and put all these expensive digital effects into it. I'll probably be doing that as well once I'm monetized. So just be on the lookout, and I appreciate everyone that contribute to the chat. So remember, I'll be back again, same bat time, same bat channel. Thanks, guys.